It looks like we might... Alright, we're going to have to wait about a minute to start. I think that's good. I guess we'll go ahead and start. We have about 30 seconds, but I think it's fine. Alright, alright. Technically, ads should be done now for those who are on Twitch. So, howdy howdy. Let's begin. So if you remember last time, we were having a bit of difficulty. Mainly I was having fights with typos. But we were able to start extracting things. Oh, let me delete that. We were starting to figure out a lot of the different details, particularly in regards to data extraction. And we also managed to get a lot of other data sources working. So our database is up and running. I'm going to just restart everything right now. But yeah, our database is up and running. Our ability to parse the data accordingly is working. I think everything looks like it's going quite well. Okay, let's go ahead and initialize our database. There we go. Yeah, originally we were working on this. I should probably get back to... I should probably get back to romhacking.net and extracting the data from it. I've been working hard on the GameFAQ side of things. Why don't we go ahead and set this up? And then we can start fleshing out the ROM hacking side of things. There we go. Let's see here, self dot. We want to go with extract, or let's see here, let's go with download. Download console data. Let's see here. Now, if we can pull that from the sitemap. Okay then, let's try this. I'm busy looking right now, making sure that things are situated. Let's see here, if we can pull the sitemap, we then pull out the data. Okay. Let's pick the Nintendo 64. We'll go with game. Type error, okay. Type error, None type involving what we call get. Let's see here. Web service, or actually we should go to data source, or data source. Actually, is that a typo already? No, this is correct. Data source service. Calling this code right here. We do get what we want. Okay then, so none type for get. Let's see here. I'm going to run that. Run this. Oh yeah, top it. Okay, console is going to equal Nintendo 64. Topic is going to equal... okay, okay. I changed it. So in this case, we want this... We want game. Okay. That might be the error there, why it happened. Yeah, that's why. Okay. So theoretically, this should start going through now. There we go, Nintendo 64. There's 00. AA. Nice, nice. Let's go to our database. Do a quick... Well, actually, we have to wait to the end because of how things go. So let's just let it run. I think this is good. I think this is very good. I'm going to go ahead and set up another one. Now let's go ahead and start getting our ROM hacking Selenium set up. All right, so ROMDB is going to... Okay. Theoretically, I could just move the data over, but I think what I'm going to do instead is just rescrape. Largely because a lot of new data came out. So let's go ahead and get this set up. All right, so now what we're going to do is initialize. There it is. Okay, I don't think I'm going to need that just yet. But for here, we're going to take argparse. We'll call this arguments. This technically is going to be a dictionary. All right. There we go. Let's go ahead and start setting up the argument parsing. So the idea is that we're going to be calling this externally, as in this is going to be command line code. So because of that, we're going to have to do the argparse. So we'll go ahead and import argparse. There it is. Argparse. Let's see here. Argparse, parser. Actually, to be fair, I never use argparse. Let's go ahead and let's load up our... There we go. Let's load this up real quick. It is amazing how it loses connection every single time. This must be an update problem. Okay. Yeah, that I don't know why it messes up. Okay, we're going to go for argparse. We just need to know the basics. Here we go. Argparse, argument parser. And then we will... Let's see here. Here we go. No, it's not it. Okay, let me read this real quick. Well, let's leave this open. Oh, it's done. It's already done. Oh my. Okay, let's see let's see our database. Database wise, 55. There's the Nintendo 64 data. That is looking fantastic. Oh, that is looking super fantastic. Oh, let's go ahead and run it again. Let's see here. We scraped. So this time we'll just go ahead and run this code here. This one. So this should be web page type. We'll call it game. Nintendo 64 was done. Let's go with Genesis. There we go. Okay. Let's see here. It's in Genesis. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's working very well. It is working super smooth. Okay, let's get back to looking at this documentation. This is very nice. Let me move this a bit down here. That way you guys can kind of see what's going on up in the console. There we go. So let's see here. Argument parser. Argument parser makes it easy to write user-friendly command line interfaces. The program defines what arguments it requires, and argparse will figure out how to parse those. The argparse module will automatically generate help and user guide information. The argparse module's support for command line interfaces is built around an instance of argparse. It is a container for argument specifications and has options that apply to the parser as whole. Hey, Adashra, how's it going? Oh, the process of what, writing code? Does the process of writing code tire me? Not really. I like to learn. I always like to learn. As such, you can put me in front of a... You can put me in a library and I'll never, ever get bored. So this... I always... Yeah, so I have a lot of fun doing this. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, then. So I might have to define some... Because ideally what I want to do is I want to get the arguments out. I think I'm going to have to create a base for our main. We'll call it probably main base, but the idea is that I want to set up this parser. This argument parser. And ideally, what I'll do is I'll go through, I'll add different arguments, and then from here I can then proceed to add in like C, V, a variety of these different things. The idea is that, again, rundeck. Rundeck requires to run command line code. Because of that, we have to actively define what our command line code is going to be. So if this is the case, how would we go about setting up our parser code? Oh, and our scraper is working fantastically. If we go over here... Oh, it's done again. If we go here, we'll go ahead and refresh. There we go, 82 now. So yeah, it's now extracting everything. Check it out. There it is, Genesis. So it's doing very, very well. Yeah, this is where I will have to program in a bit here and there to... How about we extract maybe 2 more? What should be the next one? We did Nintendo 64, we did PlayStation, and we did Genesis. Maybe Super Nintendo? There, Super Nintendo. Sure, why not? Okay then. One more quick peek. Super Nintendo. Yeah, it is working like a charm. Oh my. It is working much better than expected. Okay. Now here for our main function. I think I'm going to have to create something called main base. Or base main. And the idea behind this code is that, let's see here, it's not base docs. So yes, this isn't a document thing, this is a service thing. Yeah, this is just for the documents. I'm thinking. As I said, I never, the majority of the code that I would write, it always was within Python. I never really had to parse arguments. The one or two times that I had done it, it was really just for like a homework assignment. So I never actually learned fully. I never wrapped my head around parsing arguments. It should be fairly simple. It looks like I just create a parser. I then add in which arguments I want to parse. For instance here, add arguments. We'll add foo, and then there's a helper, which will explain what it is. So I could probably... Yeah, this shouldn't be too difficult. I'm trying to think. Because it really depends on how we want to do this. And plus, thinking about it, one of the things right now is my brain is trapped in Python. I'm thinking about how things would function within the interpreter, how things would function inside the code. But how would it function outside of the code when I'm not in IPython, for instance? This is, One... I like examples. I'm one of the weird people who learn surprisingly well through seeing how the code functions. You can give me a document like this, I can read it and go, oh, that makes sense. But to fully grasp it, I have to watch it in motions. Maybe it might be because of my biology background. Because in biology, we always have to... Let's see here. Deny you. Yeah, we're going to deny you access. Okay then. But yeah, for me, I'm always... It might be because of my biology background. I can read a textbook about how the molecular pathways work, and then I can think about it, but then when you're in when you start doing experiments and you start adding in the chemicals and you're trying to figure out what's going on, that's where you kind of go, ah, this makes a lot of sense now. This is why I really enjoyed the lab in organic chemistry. Organic chemistry lab work was so fun. We converted ethanol into a hydrocarbon, which ended up eventually being converted into some kind of ingredient you would put in tea. In the meanwhile, we made it, I'm kind of glossing over 2 or 3 steps where we turned it into a horrible acid, which would hurt you really badly. But I mean, it was very fun. It was very, very fun going through. Here we go, perfect. Import argparse. Argparse, add argument, echo. Argument parse, so we will parse the arguments, and then print arg echo. And then when we're running the code, Python, we will go here, prog pi. We'll have the usage come out. But in this particular case... But yeah, in this particular case, we do help on echo, but we don't actually call echo in our arguments. We just put in another file. So this is how we would set it up if we just want to pass in something without defining it. What about defining it? Let's see here. This is how to... Okay. Argument square. Oh, here we go. Here, let's see here. Display a square of the given number. The resulting will be unsupported operand. That didn't go so well because the argparse treats the operation we give it as a string unless we tell it otherwise. So let's tell argparse that the input is going to be an int. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Argparsing Everything is string focused in argparse. Okay, this is done. Let's run this again. I'm gonna pick just Nintendo this time. There it is, Nintendo Entertainment System. Okay, let's run that. I wonder if I will get banned pretty soon. We will find out. Let's see here. So, yeah, that will... There we go. And then 4, introducing optional arguments. Here we go. Here we go. We push dash dash verbosity. Python Vasha. What happens? The program is written so that to display something when verbosity is specified, to display nothing when not. To show that the option is actually optional, there is no error when using a program without it. Note that the default, if an optional argument isn't used with relevant variable. In this case, arg's verbosity is given none as a value, which is the reason it fails the truth test of the if statement. The above example accepts arbitrary integer values for verbosity, but for our simple program, only 2 values are actually useful, true or false. Let's modify the code. Actions store true. Okay. So Python verbose turned on, and then verbose 1 throws an error. Okay. So that's the action if we store true. And here we go. Add argument. V verbose. Help increase the verbosity. Action store true. So here we can just simply type in V or verbose. Okay, I think I'm beginning to understand a bit what's going on here. This is just a basic file right here. What we'll do is we'll have to create a main function, which will run once the code is done. Pretty much whenever we call it, it will call the main function, and then the main function will create our class and do what we need to do. So, first things to do. We need to define a couple things. Okay, our scraper is done. We can get rid of that for now. Here is ROM hacking. Here we go. So base main. So the first thing, we will have arg right here. If I toss in arg, okay, let's go ahead and get rid of this for now. So if I do this, let's see here. I want to create an instance real quick. ROM hacking. So ROM hacking Selenium main. Thank you. Now let's see. Can I get a list of all of the variables? These are all special. Yeah, these are all special, so... Database arg parse. I bet there is I bet I might have to add in a function. Initialize class, get attribute, format, hash, dir. Oh, dir. There we go. Okay then. Oh, I know. Okay, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I know exactly. So what we'll do is we will do this. For... This will be our the args. For args in our dictionary, if args, but not just args, if arg is in args. There we go. This will be our code. we want to make this main base, so we're going to make this inheritable. Let's go ahead and let's see here. Mongo scrapers. This is going to be, because this is going to be for everything, this needs to be in the core. So we need to put it in here, but it's not a Mongo thing, so it doesn't need to be there. I think I'm going to have to, let's see here. This should be in tools, but it's not really, all right, we'll create a new folder. New folder. We'll call this what we should call this. We'll call it base. We can start moving all the other base files in here too. This will be base main. Base main, there we go. Let's go ahead and get this in here. Let's see here, we'll go with find arguments. Okay then, let's see here. We should, let's return that for now. Let's make sure we type it correctly. All right. Okay. Okay, now let's go ahead and import this back in here. Okay, there we go. That means theoretically we don't need to worry about argparse right here. But what we can do now, what we can do now is go back here real quick. Okay then, where is, let's see here. There it is. Okay, we did Nintendo. What's next? We did Nintendo. Which one should we do next? Game Gear? How about Game Boy Advance? There we go. Game Boy Advance. Scraper is at the Game Boy Advance section. Okay then. Let's let that run. Okay then. Let's see here. So we're bringing this in. So find arguments, it will find all of the arguments that we define. And then from here, we'll then simply say what we want. So this is going to be the task, which is scrape. And then when we do that, let's go ahead and add the parser in here. So in this case, this is argparse. Let's put parser here. I'm going to hide it. So let's see here, argparse is argument parser. There we go. Actually, question, what type is this? And the type is, okay, it's just argparser. Okay. Good to know. Okay, so we have argparser. Now that we find the arguments, what we should do is we'll go to define, we'll add arguments to parser. This will happen to be, I'm going to set this like that. This will probably be in the initialization step. Definitely in the initialization step. Okay then. So in this particular case, we will get our args. There we go. Then from here, we will then for args in. Let's see here. For args, oh. Okay, then this is going to be a list. So for args in arg list, what we'll do is we'll simply, I think I can just do self dot, oh wait, we don't have a get function, do we? Yeah, we don't. Let's see here, we already have self established. There's our task. Let's see here, let's go with, yeah. Can I do it this way? No, I can't. Okay, so I need to call it. I saw get attribute. There it is, get attribute. And then the attribute name, we will go with arg task. I found it. That's what we need. Okay then. Args. And then lastly, what we'll do is we'll simply go with self dot parser dot add argument. There we go. Now then, from here, we want to simply add in this. So let's see here. This should be the arg. So arguments. We'll pass that in. There we go. All right then. So from here, what this should do is we should add in everything. That'll add in all our arguments. Then when we call parse, let's get back over to parser real quick. Where are you? Where are you, parser? Here it is. Okay. Okay then. So yeah, we're going to run Python. Then we'll go run our Python script. We'll then call a file. In this case here, you can see we are adding in the double argument verbose. Let's see. And then here we go, parse arguments. So parser dot parse arguments. Combining positional and optional. Okay. I see. So there we go. Here we go, args.square. So that's how we're going to get, I think I can use a get function on the arguments because this should theoretically be a dictionary, what we're using. So in this particular case, I think let's define get arguments. And in this case, we will simply, actually, let's think. Base main, we bring it in. Actually, let's restart this. Let's get these changes that we've just set up in here. Oh, there it is right there. Okay. There we go. Okay, then now when we do self, is equal to ROM hacking net main. There. Now if I do self dot find arguments, this arg task. Actually, theoretically, what we should start doing is we should start doing testing outside of the Python interpreter. I kinda know what I want to do, but at the same time, I kind of... Let's see here. I'm trying to think. Let's see here. This should be... Okay, let's go find the script for calling Python outside. This should be a main script. Okay, to Poe. Okay then. So Python, provide an example of arg parse that... So arg parse that uses a... Provide an example of arg parse with all the bells and whistles. There we go. I know it's a very... I know it's... There we go, here we go. So they define main, they put in a whole bunch of stuff. There it is, right there. So, underscore, underscore, if this equals main, then we run the main function. There we go. That's what I was looking for here, that. Let's go ahead and copy that and paste it here. So if we're going to run this, I would say just call base main. This is my knowledge of inheritance is breaking down a bit here. This is kind of why we're doing this. Okay, let me Dreamcast. There we go. Okay then. All right, I have an idea. Let's go back to Mr. Meeseeks and ask them a completely different question. No, I don't want to do that. I want to ask a question. I want to ask this one. Okay then. So write two classes that with one inheriting the other. And the first class uses the first class contains an arg parser and a main and a if is equal to main. So if underscore name is equal to main. There we go. Let's see here. How does it claim? Below is an example of this. Two classes. So that's the first one, which is our arg parse, and then here's the second one. And it's not what I thought it would be. Let's see here. Yeah, I think it, I think it forgot what I was trying to do, or I guess if my verbiage was not good enough. Let's see here. If we call advanced app, but this is in the, no, yeah, that's not what we want. No. Split the two classes into separate files and import the basic app. There we go. File 1. So why is the name main not in the first I file? The if name equals main block is not included in the first app because base app is the library module, not meant to be executed directly as a standalone script. Instead, it is designed to provide reusable functions. The other scripts or modules. The purpose of base main is to define the reusable base app. Base app class, avoid unintended execution. If someone imports base app in another script, such as advanced app, and is present in base app, it would execute any code inside that block upon import. This is usually undesirable. I see, okay. That means if I put it there, it would automatically execute, but we're inheriting. That's the whole point. But I bet they're referring to when we import it in at the top. This, most likely they're referring to here. Okay. The best practice is to keep base app focused on defined reusable functionality and put this block in the advanced Pi app. It is meant to be the entry point. But all right then. All right. I'm just kind of trying to recall old coding structures, because I recall not having that in the base functions when we were running them. So we import in base. Then here we define main. Because then the idea would be if, let's see here, if name is equal to main. Let's go ahead and copy that. Let's go copy that from our example. Here, this one. Then we'll simply call ROM hacking. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure this out because I don't remember having to run it like this. I really don't. And then we'll simply go app.main. And in this case, I get it. I know what we're doing. So that means how we're setting it up. We don't want this. because we set the arg parser right here. So this is where it's set up, but technically we actually don't want it here. We still want to use this code here, mainly to get a hold of our what we want. How about we do this? Let's go ahead and just start setting this up now. So we defined this here. We define app. We'll then go app dot find argument, or not find arguments, but we want to use. Actually, it is find arguments. All right. I'm going to go ahead and change this so it's no longer like that. Hey, welcome back, chat. I'm busy trying to figure things out. Figure out how we want to do things. App dot add arguments to parser. Now then, let's get back over to our example. Oh. Dreamcast is done. Oh boy. Okay then. Yeah, this is moving pretty quickly. Game Boy. Let's see here. What else? What should we grab next? Atari. Atari 2600. There we go. Okay then. I think that should be the last one we scrape for today. Any more and they might start flagging us and go, this is a very suspicious group. Let's go grab, let's go open up Poe here. Let's go to our tutorial. Actually, let's check out Poe real quick. Mr. Meeseeks. So we have... So we run the app. We then will parse argument. Well, this is parse arguments. Here they go. They put parse arguments here, which will be self, parser, parse arguments. I am a bit tempted to go with let's see here. Let's go to our example again. Get greedy. Get greedy. Okay. All right, we'll have to try that. So what I think we're going to have to here, we're also going to add in we'll add in parse arguments. Yes, greed. We'll simply return a dictionary here, which will be a string and a string. Self.parser. Self.parser. Thank you. Dot parse. Here we go. Parse args. And I think if I just return this, there we go, like that. And I spelled arguments wrong. Let's go ahead and fix that. Okay, here we go. And it got a namespace instead. Oh. A namespace. All right. I'm curious. Let's go ahead and change this to namespace. Oh, no, 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 no. The output for this should be namespace. Oh, lowercase s. Okay. Namespace. There we go. All right. Okay, I'm very tempted to try this. So here we go. We do this. We then will... Let's see here. We add the arguments to the parser. We then will... I mark down find the arguments, but I think instead... Yeah, that's being run here. So we technically don't need to run find arguments. But what we can do is we can run the parse arguments. So this will be parse arguments. This will be the args, which is apparently a namespace. And then we'll simply pass that into here. Technically for me, I would like to just print it just to see how it runs. So I'm going to do that first. Let's print args. Okay, that looks good. Let's go ahead and load up our terminal now. Terminal right here. Perfect. In fact, I think this is good. Okay. Oh, we are in main. Okay then. So let's get to where we want to be. And then there it is, main. There we go. Okay, Python. We're doing this in currently ROM hacking net. There we go. And in this case, our task is scrape. Scrape, and we'll put in a text. We will call it Pi. And Python not found. Consider using Python. Okay, wait a minute. How is Python not found? Okay, why don't we just type in Python 3 then? No module named SRC. All right, this is an okay then. I think we're going to have to look this up because the module does exist. It's right. Yeah, the module does exist, but I wonder why it's throwing an error. Let's see here. Where are you? Here. Explain, meeseeks. Okay then. So while we're letting that run, let's go ahead and get our, let's see here. What's next? How about we go for the PlayStation 2? Okay, PlayStation 2. We are going to have so much data to parse, we won't even know what to do with it. Okay. All right, back here. Let's see here. Incorrect import statements from SRC. But SRC module is either not in the current working directory, not configured as a proper Python package, missing initialize in file in the older Python versions. Your project might have the following. We need a .in. Oh, I see. We need that. Okay then. to run the main, import something from SRC, you might need to encounter this problem because Python doesn't know to treat the projects folder as a root of imports. That's okay, that is something I did not know. Because when you're in an interpreter, it will automatically do it for us. But yeah, since we're not in the interpreter anymore, we're trying to do this in command line. This is rather important. Python looks for the module in the directory specified in system paths. But that's not there. So, solution. Add SRC to Python path. You can add this directory to the Python search in several ways. We can do this in a bash statement, which is something we don't want to do. Or we can adjust imports to match the current directory. Let's see here. And you're trying to run main updates. You import the statements like this. If this doesn't work, ensure that you're running the script from the correct directory. I think it might be I think I might need the initialize function. In summary, to create... Actually, maybe we should move the main function to... Well, it should be fine where it is. Because ultimately this code is going to be run somewhere else. Yeah, I think we're going to have to create a code that will... Yeah, I think what we're going to have to do is create a code that will run it. Let's see here. I think what I'm going to do is, all right, I didn't expect this to be, I didn't expect having to start learning a lot more command line. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put a pin in this. We're currently on our way. We figured out a little bit more details about it, but we'll work more on the main functions later. For now, because what I really was hoping to do today was to extract lots of data and then start parsing the data, start writing more scraper code. All right, so we added in all of the PlayStation 2. Let's go with PlayStation 3 now. There we go. So let's go ahead and start doing that. I think that's... Yeah, we can worry about the parser next time. For now, let's go over here. But yeah, I think I'm going to have to write a main function that is right next to the source file right here. And then what it'll do is it will add in all of the paths so that Python knows what's going on. At least the module will know what's going on. It will then navigate to the script. Pretty much when we call, we'll have to call it, set it up so that we can navigate to our particular script. And then from there, it will then run it. Trying to think of a good way to do it, but... Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good structural way to do it. But for now, as I said, let's work on our scrapers. Okay. So the main thing here... So yeah, we'll worry about this later. Let's go ahead and run this. And initialize our code. So here we are on our... Let's go to our parser. Here we go. Let's see here. GameFAQs Selenium parser. There we go. Nice. Now, let's see here. What do we have? We have parse... This should be... This should... I'd say parse game data. I'm tempted to try this. Let's try it. Self.parse game data. Oh. And in our case, this is no longer a string. This is a web page. Web page type enum. So let's set topic is equal to web page type enum dot game. There we go. And this should, oh yeah, this is not going to return any. This is not going to return anything. Okay, all right. I have not set an output yet, so let's do it. Let's just run the code here. Ah, I see what we're doing. We're saving the data. Okay, let's run this. Invalid argument. Why? Data source filter games enum depreciate. Web page dedicated game facts. Okay, let's see here. BSON error. I got it. Okay, a BSON error. It might be this one here. Okay, so we put console. What did we do it for console? We picked Atari. So Atari 2600. Topic should be fine. What happens if we run this? We should get a nice list. We have a nice list. So where's the problem? Let's see here. Where's this problem forming? It's a very long error list. The length of docs, if length of docs is equal to 0, then we can... Actually, I wonder. It might be erroring at a different location. Yeah, I think it might be erroring. It might be erroring at a different location. Maybe. Console should be defined. Let's just run through this for now. If I run through this, there we go. Return is outside. I run that. I run this. There we go. Okay, so we'll run this. Do that. Our data dictionary looks like this. We're going to now proceed to simplify it. So now it looks like this. Then we try and run here. And here's the error. Okay, right here. This is the error. Invalid document. Data source filter ID is web types game enum.game. An invalid BSON. Wait, did we somehow corrupt our file? 271 files already. That's a lot. Okay then. Let's see here. Let's go with... Where is it? Here it is. Let's see. Let's change this up. How about we change this to... GameCube. GameCube. There we go. Okay. GameCube. Now while we're at it, let's go in here. We should be in data sources. This is where we are. Oh wait, I think I might know what... Well, okay, maybe I might not know. Alright, which are we output? What is our collection we're looking for? Sitemap. Which one are we creating? We're creating game. This must be a problem here with create the web sellers. Doc ID. Okay, okay, yeah, I get it, okay, okay. I get it. I know what the problem is. I need to put a code here. I bet if I run this fine, if I run this, it should run fine now. And the answer, oh, wrong code, wrong area. This one here. Come on. Run. And return is outside. Okay. Run this one. There we go. Okay, web type objects has no attribute called lower. Okay, now where are we doing that one? It's this one here, isn't it? And we're now getting, okay, we're at least moving along in our errors. Key Atari 26 is not a valid member of the enum. Web types enum. Oh yeah. Okay then, yeah, this is the, this can, I put down that this be web type enum. It's looking for web type enum, but let's go up to our base document. Let's see here, where are you? Not data source service. Actually, we'll go there anyway. Here we go, data source doc. So yeah, I've made an enum field here where it is looking for web page types enum. Theoretically, I could probably change this to be a bunch of different things. Let's see here. Then we'll go with games console enum as well. Yeah, we probably want to change this to brackets. There we go. We'll go ahead and input this here. All right. And this happens to just be the typing as a union. I wonder. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's go back. Let's go restart this again. There we go. We need to set the main. So here, this one. And then now let's get back to the parser. Here we go. Oh, that's the, yeah, this is it. This is what we want. Okay. Parser, cell. All right, there we go. Topic is going to equal that. Here we go, parse games, right here. And, all right, we get another error. What's this error this time? Invalid. Data source game. It is not a valid enum of union. Oh. Okay, yeah. I want to unionize these together. I don't want to create the typing union. I want to be either or here. Okay, so get back to... Alright, let's get rid of you for now. We don't need you open for now either. Let's see here, not base dock. This one right here. Okay then. Alright, let's... One moment. Okay, just doing a quick check. I just want to... Nope. Let's see here. We want to create we want to create a type union. That's what I'm doing. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay then. So why is it not liking the union then when I bring it into... It says that it's complaining because it's a type union. Invalid enum union. And that must be the way I programmed our code then. All right. Find them. I have a... Find them. We're going to change this. This should be data sources. This should be game sources. This will be the games type enum. There it is, games console enum, right there. Okay. Now from here, now we go to base sources, so it should be fine. Parser. Now then, since I'm splitting it up like this, we're going to just save everything in the sitemap. So here, we no longer are going to go for and create a document called this. We're going to go create a document, get or create for sitemap. And then here, we're instead of... Let's see here. We're going to get our topic code. Actually, we don't need that. Instead, here, and this is going to be game sources. There we go. Okay then. So let's go ahead and rerun this. Oh, actually... Let's get this set up first. There we go. And then our parser. Okay then, now this should theoretically work. Okay then. There you go. Okay, now it throws another error. Now why? Web type data... Oh yeah, I know why. I know why. It's because the web type data no longer exists. You know what? I know exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to go into here. This is going to get deleted. Now let's just go ahead and run our first code here. Parse sitemap. Now let's run... Oh, and it throws an error. Okay, so what's the error now this time? Invalid games console enum. Atari is not a valid member of enum. I bet. Where are you? Here we go. And that's right here, this one. There we go. Okay. Okay. And oh, I do not know why it's complaining so much. I really don't. Now I do know that a key Atari is valid. Let's see here. I know it's valid because we're pulling it directly from Game Console Enum. Let's go back to the our base document here. Games Console Enum. Yeah, it is valid. It is more than valid. It is super valid. Okay, let's grab console. Okay then, so we have console here. Panasonic. Topic ID is not defined. All right. So let's set our topic. So this is going to throw an error now when we get to Atari. There we go. Let's see here. So we run that. We get our web list right there. We then proceed to parse the hell out of it, like so. So there we go. Then we're going to get our doc. Our document has, there it is. And then last but not least, we then will do this. There we go. So there's our doc. Now if I go doc.game sources, there we go. Okay, I forgot to get rid of that. I have a feeling I might know what the problem is. It all stems back to when we initialize. Particularly when we're creating our document. But let's see here. Nonetheless, we created our doc. So now let's try and do that. None type. Yeah, I think it has. I know what is going on. I know what's going on. None type attribute. We need to. Okay, we need to go define that real quick. Let's see here. So. One second while I let my brain work. Create documents here. Here we go, right here. It's not that one. Create document right here. There's our class doc, there's our cache. Let's get in create doc. Let's hop. Okay, let's hop over here to our further in. I know a solution. I do know a solution. I just need to first find where we're defining it first. Right here. So data sources. Wasn't this one throwing an error at data sources? Actually, it didn't throw it earlier. I'm trying to find where where I define it here. Because we create the doc, we then import it into data sources. This is doing the sitemap, so it has to be here. I'm a bit confused. Okay, let's see here. It's in the document section. This is when we're trying to save. This is when we're doing calling doc save. Here we go. When we do super base doc. This is creating the audits. That's fine. This is the embedded documents. Yeah, I'm actually a bit lost here. I don't see where the type none is happening. Audit string tag. When we do audits, we create our audit and then we save, so that's fine. This is the dictionary. Okay, I know. Well, let's do this real quick. Where are we? Here. Let's do this here real quick. If not, this is very hacky. This is very hacky right now, but data sources is equal to that. That's our sitemap data. So let's go ahead and copy this over here to this file right here. If game sources is equal to, if we do not have game sources, then we will create that. Right now I'm just trying to get it saved, and then we'll start hunting it down more. And it threw an error again. None type attribute reverse DB. I don't know why it's throwing that error. I really don't. We're defining game sources now. Oh, wait. I know. I know. I forgot one thing. Where's the save feature? Here it is. No, we already defined it. Whenever I call save, it deletes it. So that should be fine. That means to save should be empty. Well, okay, it has something now. Let's see here. We'll go with doc dot game sources. That claims to have nothing in it. We do that. So now if we go to doc.game sources, there we have all of that. Is there a none in here that I'm not aware of? That's a long list. But it looks like everything has a file associated with it. Yeah, everything has a file associated with it, even down to here, the 3Ds and such. Yeah, they all contain something. Actually, I just noticed something. Okay, I just noticed something. I should, let's see here. When I was doing it up here, I was pulling value. Okay, yeah. I think that might be the problem. I think that might be the problem. So let's see here. If that's the case... Okay. Let's go down here. Here's the file. Yeah, okay. I think I might know what the problem is. I think I might know what the problem is. Data dictionary. Let's see here. If I go to data dict, let's see what the keys are for this. No, they're all of the different names, so that is correct. So, okay, so that might not be it then. Because that's the correct dictionary we want, and the same console that we want. I am... Let's see here. Oh yeah, while we're at it, let's run this again. Let's see here. We were run... What is our... Let's see. Where is our... It's right up here. There it is. That one. GameCube is done. Let's go with... DS. Let's see here. DS, perfect. Let's start extracting the DS game. Oh. It threw an error. Does not exist in the document. Ah, okay. I think... Let's get over here real quick. I think I know why. It's because we changed the sources. Let's go in here and update that real quick. So we're currently... Where's our scraper? Here it is, GameVax scraper. If I remember, when we were doing the console download here, we were going for data sources. But data sources should exist. That should be a thing. Yeah, data sources right here. Game right here. How much do you bet is because we changed the naming? I bet that's the case. So what I'm going to do is, we'll go ahead and reset this. We'll reset you. We will reset you. We will load up our scraper. Oh. Our scraper. There we go. There's our scraper. It's loaded up. Now let's go with self dot. We were doing download console data. There we go. Okay. We just had to fix that typo because of the fact that we changed the data structure. So with that running back as its old self, let's get back to here and figure this out. So yeah, that's running fine. It's this code right here which is being a pain in the hiney. Let's see here. If I run this, we find out what our topic is. So that's our web page enum. We then put it into our sources. We then take the values of our dictionary, which just so happens to be the it's a dictionary as well. And from there we can then none type attribute error. So this is purely a problem with our field that we're looking at. I mean, it exists. It's right there. It is right there. I see game sources. We were able to save data sources. Let's see. When we create this, we create our document. We then do web type, and then we pass it out. And we run get or create, which would pretty much look for it. We finding our data. So yeah, right here, we're doing a find. That's perfectly fine. When we do create, when we run get or create, we'll do a filter real quick. Then we do document, database. And then that should be fine. Create documents. So yeah, we're getting our document from here, and then we're feeding it back to us. So that should be fine. Hey, it's called filter. Okay. All right. I just figured out the querying aspect. This right here should be filter. Anyway. Let's focus on the main problem at hand. That is a bit... I don't understand. Game console enum dict field. Everything looks identical except that we changed the field and the name. So it cannot be the data source doc. None type error. Problem with save. Document save. There's a none type somewhere. That's the problem. There is a none type somewhere, or there's a none type being defined somewhere, and it's throwing a complaint. Let's see here. Here's HTML doc. Let's get to it's called system. That's the sitemap table. Here we go, this one. So we're looking for a total HTML df. Here. Okay, so yeah, all of these are fine. There is literally zero nuns in here. Yeah, there are zero nuns there. Unless there is a field called null. But But a dictionary should be fine though. Let's go to the ends row. Let's see, is there an one called NA? Is there a game called NA? Let's see here. Here we go. No escape, no way, Nova. Nova Blast. No, there is no NA. Okay, so we're not creating a null. I don't even see the word null there either. Plus these are all strings, so it shouldn't throw an error to begin with. I see a dolphin. But this error here is so baffling. Clear changed fields. Okay, let's grab this real quick. I'm just not understanding what's going on here. Let's ask Mr. Meeseeks. We should probably create a new instance. Explain the Python error. All right. Let's see here. Data sources. Yeah, come on. I want to expand. There we go. Okay. Okay, so here we go. Data source right here called data sources. There's a data source service. Data source enum equals v. Data source get topic code. Let's get the extension. This is to set it up. It looks like I see everything's normal. How about we try this first? What I'm going to do is let's go ahead and do this again. If I go to doc game sources, we see that. Now I'm going to just save the document. It works fine. Okay then. So it works fine. So it has everything to do with this. Let's go ahead and try this. We'll go ahead and run this. And then we'll go ahead and run that. That's fine. We'll run this. How much do you bet? How much do you bet there might be a type issue? For instance, that. How much do you bet that's the problem there? That some of these have semicolons in them, which could throw this really off. That could really throw it off Keter. So maybe we should do some basic text cleanup first. So let's see here. Yeah, let's clean up K real quick. I'm thinking. Oh. 4K V in data dict.items. We're not let's see here. We're not worried too much about that. So K. Let's do some basic code cleanup. Let's create a utility. Okay, then. Let's see here. Text cleanup. Okay, then. So if... All right, then. We can do regex. I think I'm just going to keep it simple for now. So we'll go with string.replace. And we'll simply, we have a list of, let's remove a couple of different items. So let's see here, we'll have a string, or we'll call this the omit string. Now we're going to omit periods, semicolons, commas, dashes, other side dashes, and brackets, both types of brackets, and we're just going to remove all of the... Actually, you know what? Instead of me just creating it, let's just import. Let's see here, from string, import punctuation. Okay, then. If you look at punctuation here, it will have all of the different things. We want to just get rid of all of that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go throughout our string. So for omit in omit string, we're just going to simply replace omit with nothing. And we're going to return this. Okay. Oh. And then last but not least, we'll then return string. Like so. In fact, let's go with, let's do this, new string. There we go. Okay. Okay, so now with that in mind, let's go ahead and bring this back into our parser. For K, we're going to clean it up. There we go. Oh, wait, oops, self dot gamefax parser there. Now let's try and run this. And return is outside. And okay, we're now getting a different error. Module has no attribute text cleanup. What do you mean had no attribute text cleanup? We literally defined the function. We defined the function called text cleanup. It's right in the util string. Yeah, right here, util string. I bet if I type in utils string dot, there it is, text cleanup. Attribute error. Module has no attribute called text cleanup. Very strange. I'm going to reset this here. I'm going to reset this area real quick. This should be done. Let's see here. We'll go with the Nintendo 3DS. Okay. Oh, let's go ahead and set up the environment. Let's initialize our database. Let's do that. Okay, then console will equal, sure, Nintendo 64. And then topic. There we go. Now let's see here. That should be fine. Here. It's fine. Then here, and none type. It is still throwing a none type. Why is it still throwing a none type? I don't get it. We just cleaned up the strings. What about the other one? Doc.data sources. No, that's correct. It's a double. Let's see here. What about this one? No, it's also double. Let's see. Oh, wait, why didn't that not clean it up? No, wait, that's, yeah. Okay, it looks like it didn't clean up our text, but why? Oh, I bet I know why. I bet I know why. But it should be a basic replace. I don't think I can... Oh, okay. Alright. Yeah, I kind of know why. Okay, let's go ahead and do... Okay, then... Okay. Oh. All right, this is a bit long. Let's go ahead and run that. Run these. And still throwing an untype error. We removed all of the bad code. We removed all of the files now, so it should be correct. Unless there's one that's called like hashtag, which ends up resulting in a none. But no, it looks all correct to me. Yeah, it looks all correct to me. Very confusing. Let's see here. We'll go with PlayStation Vita next. I just don't know. Datadict. Datadict happens to look like... Here it is, Datadict. It's just a dictionary. I don't get it. I am so lost. Why is this throwing an error all the time? Why is this error... Let's check out what Meeseeks says. Maybe Meeseeks might inform me of it. Okay. Let's see here. This means somewhere in the code a none object has been accessed, and yeah, I know that. Code flow. Reverse the parts. Save arguments during the change or convert save to Mongo. String field defaults. But I don't think it's a default problem because I'll set it to default anyway. Field equals none. The mistake here. Let's see here. I'm gonna... Okay, so it's not the... Who would have thought that we'd be stuck here, of all places? Why is it this... Why is it here that we're having the biggest trouble? I am dumbfounded. I just don't get it. Okay, let's... There, I set a default. I set a default for game sources. I don't know why I need to set the default, especially since in here... Let's see, in here we... Okay, we don't really set anything up in here. But in the other one, we don't set anything up either. Either way, let's try it. Let's set the defaults. Man, this is very annoying. I wish I knew what was going on. Oh, and we don't need to do that one. We need to go to here, main. Now to the parser. Okay, then console is equal to Nintendo 64. Or topic is equal to game. Oh. Okay, we run this. We get our list. We run these. And, okay. We're still getting the none type error. All right then. Mongo base documents. Super arguments. Clear changed events. Base documents. Reverse DB field, map field. Get part. Attribute error. None type. Wait a minute. I wonder. Let's go to our enum field real quick. Let's see here. Game console enum. Let's see, we have index, code, acronym, company, and description. That's the game consoles. Here are categories, which happens to have index, code, description. So they both have code, so it should be fine. Code should be the second one right here. Do any of these have any special characters that don't belong? There's a special character. There's a special character. Any other ones? Given the fact that this is a code, we should probably... Let's see here. Given that this is a code, there should be no spaces. In fact, I'm a bit surprised that looking at it, I'm actually a bit surprised that it's did this. Because these are not codes technically when they're set up like this. Let's see here. Oh my, what was going... I should have paid more attention to this. What was going on here? Why did it do this? It's almost as if it completely ignored what I told it to do. It did. It ignored everything I told it to do. Oh my. This is all a horrible mess. Meeseeks failed at its one job. It had one job and it failed miserably. Like, even, yeah, it just failed miserably at it. That is so ludicrous. This is going to be a very long process, but I worry about giving it back to Mr. Meeseeks because he just might mess it up somewhere else. This is... You ask it to do one thing, and then it fails miserably. Okay, I don't know why it's decided to... Yeah, I don't know why it decided to start doing lots of weird, hokey things like this. I don't think this might be one of the problems. It might not be. The main point is that this in general is a problem. This should not look like this. It added in so many things everywhere. We're just in the seas. Okay, theoretically, let's just continue going. Man, we have so much more to do. Oh my. You know, I'm trying to do a basic test. I'm going to do this. Basic test. Where's Nintendo 64? There's Nintendo 64. There we go. We'll just delete all of these for now. And I'll finish this off stream. I will fix this off stream. Let's just go in here. Let's set this proper to what it's supposed to be. There. Let's restart everything with games categories currently looking like it should. And see if that potentially fixed the problem. I don't think it did, but at least it solved one problem that we need to be more aware of. There we go, parser. Okay. Console is equal to the Nintendo 64. Now, let's see here. Okay, I think, I know that I'm going to have to do some, a lot of work, but there's going to be a lot of editing, but I can work on that later topic. This game. Okay, so we're going to parse the data here. Well, that's sitemap data. We do not need sitemap data. We want game data, this one. It should still throw the error, yeah. It should still throw the error because what we found technically was not it's not attributed to this attribute. But I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Especially given that that exists right there. Oh. Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's, well, even then, that just proves the point even more. We created the document, we created the document, we did this. So this should have, all right, so this should be none type. So that should have nothing in it. And then we go to save and it throws an error. That is just mind-boggling. Especially seeing as how the exact same set of code works perfectly fine up here. Topic enum, we get the web page, page type, we put it in. We're inputting into data sources, we then save. So this code works perfectly fine. This code works like dog doo-doo. But I don't know why. Why is this? Enum. Let's see here. This is all a problem with documents. They claim it's all a problem with base documents. This right here. Could it be something completely different? Wait a minute. Am I trying to correct the wrong thing? But that should not matter. Well, let's see here. Doc.audit. Yeah, we can get that. So here we can get or create the audit. If not found, then we create it, we update, and then we send it. If we have it, if audit exists, then we update last, and then we send it. So this should not be it. Yeah, that should not be it. This is the error. This is throwing an error here. I don't think it would be name. Let's see here. Does it point to where the error might potentially be? It's a map field error. Change fields. I'm just not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. I might have to read up more on this later. Oh, you know what? This is very, I am so annoyed. We're just going to ignore that for now. I'm going to I want to do something else. Here, runway 2. I'm going to go work on this now. Screw you, app. I'm going to work on this. Let's see here. Oh, let's get the page source. Oh, not web page service. We want to get the driver, Selenium driver. There it is. Let's see here. Current, not download current, pull current page source. Here we go. So this will be our page source. Let's see here. We want the parser. This is, that should be nothing there. So we'll go ahead and put it right here. Let's see here. I'm going to split these up now. That's what I'm going to do. Parse data. So this is going to be console functions. That is all that. This is general. So yeah, that is general. So these two should actually stay together. I'm going to put one right here. I'll put one more. This is general functions. And this will be game right here. And this will be game functions, or parse game data. Not. So this will be the parse game info. I'm changing the name of this. This is parse game data. This will be parse game sitemap data. Game sitemap data. Hey, Soham, how's it going? We are having a horrible battle and losing against this. Yeah, we're having a horrible battle and losing against. So I just moved on to something else for now because it was being very aggravating. All right, so here we go. We'll go ahead and grab these. All right, so let's go ahead and put in the HTML file here first. So this will be HTML file, which will just happen to be a string. So page source here is now HTML file. There we go. Oh. Expected a string, got a bit item instead. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Did I HTML file? Is this a bit file? Do I export this out as a bit? No, this should be, nope, this should be correct. Ah, I get it. When we're pulling it, it already defines it for us. Okay. Okay, yeah, it already defines it for us. All right. Technically, I have to run it like this. So let's go ahead and change this to root. I have found myself in quite a pickle. See, the problem, I can show you, the problem is here. It claims, so this is the error we're getting. whenever I try to save the game source data, it will throw this error. It will say that source save, none type object had an attribute and field, so it could not find anything. Oh, that sounds very interesting. I might have to watch your streams if you do that. That sounds very interesting. Soham, that sounds very interesting. You should do it. You should do it. But yeah. Here. So this is the problem. Yeah. I just noticed. Soham is in the Soham's in the chat and Ansol's in the chat. You both show up at the exact same time, or very close to one another. But yeah, here's the problem right here. This keeps throwing an error. It claims that we're saving a none type, which doesn't make much sense to me. It really doesn't. And I'm just trying to find out why it's throwing that error. If we go into our data sources, particularly here, you can see this saved perfectly fine. But this is constantly throwing an error. Tag is fine, audit is fine. In fact, if we look, the last time it was updated, the audit is even working as expected. You can see that the timing is different because, well, we updated it. Yeah, you're both in India, I bet. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Where was I? So yeah, it's throwing an error here. If we go to our web page documents, we can see that here's our nice list of files. We've been extracting a lot of them, as you can see. And if I go in, I'm just going to, instead of just querying the collection, let's just grab everything. Let's just get the cache. Let's see here. We'll go with self.webpageservice. Get the cache. We'll call this web.doc_list. There we go. Now we have our list of documents. Let's go ahead and change this up a bit. We'll use for web.doc_list. We'll just go with like the first 15, like so. Now when I run this and pull out the data, what you can find is we get a dictionary. Here's all our games, as you can see. So we can easily pull out all our games. And we even clean it too, so that there's no text problems. So here we go. Here's our dictionary. And now when I go over here, I go find the doc. Here's our document. This is the data source document we're trying to input into. And simply, we're going to just input with our console. We're using Nintendo 64 as an example. Data dict. So now that we have that, if we look at this, we can see that we have input a dictionary of all of the games with all of the URLs. And then I'm going to attach it here and save. And error. Now, here's the part that doesn't make sense. If I go up here and I run this code, and then we'll go here and we'll do the exact same thing, it runs perfectly fine. Why? This code works. This code does not. We are doing the exact same thing. Yeah. Oh, the reason why is because I'm using RustDeck right here. So yeah, I'm using RustDeck to connect in on here, and as such, it's kind of it generates these artifacts. I found out, so I believe this is using to kind of get into a little bit of to try and get in a little bit of the background of why this might be happening. There are two types of ways to connect two computers together, especially when you're doing this remote desktop. One is called Wayland, and the other one is called Xorg. When I use Xorg, it works very well, perfectly fine, mind you. It's very, very useful. However, it has not been supported by whoever is in the community because they don't like Xorg. Xorg is a Microsoft product. They're trying to get away from Microsoft as much as possible, so they literally prevent you from. They really literally trying to kill it. So I'm instead using this, which I believe uses Wayland. Wayland is a lot more secure. In fact, it is super secure, given that it's written in Rust. But it seems that it has a bit of difficulty when it comes to outputting, or doing the connection. I noticed I get a lot more artifacts here when I'm using Wayland than when I use Xorg. And I really, since I'm not an expert in this field, I can't really say why. I just know that this is artifacts from, it's artifacts from me remote desktoping in. But as for back to the main issue, which is this code right here. As we saw, I ran this. It was perfectly fine. I run this. It dies. And I don't know why. If we go into the data here, if we go into our data sources, this is the sitemap data we're trying to get to. Here are all of the files, and then here is, this one just doesn't work. We go to game, and here you can see, here's all of the names of the files. In fact, they have spaces and everything in it, fine. In fact, it worked perfectly fine. So that can't be it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and change our enum real quick. Let's go ahead and revert all the changes that I did for now. Meeseek screwed it up horribly. For instance, this should not be there. And this should not be there. There should not be this here. So I'm going to have to go through and properly clean this because, why did they do this? Game.com. This is called Game.com. So I will mess with that later. But the main point is that what we're doing here in the parser is once we get here, let's see here. Once we get here, oh, I bet I might know what the problem is. It might have, let's see here. That's get acronym, description, games category. Actually, that doesn't look like that might be it, but I think I might know what the problem is. So let's see here. Where is it? Should be in our documents, enum fields. Python doesn't have a switch. I wish I could do it, but Python doesn't have a switch case statement. If it's C++, it has it perfectly fine, but Python doesn't. It's very annoying. Unless that was added in later. Let's see here. Let's do a quick check. Python switch case. Did they add that in? This happens to be for 3.10. Nope. They still don't have it. Nope, they still don't have it. Okay. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I wish it did. I don't know why it doesn't. C has it. Java has it. Python doesn't. I don't know why. Yeah, yeah, I know, I know. Actually, if we were, there is a version of Python called Cython. If you go to Cython, I wonder if Cython has a Cython. Here it is, right here. Python with C extensions. So I wonder if this. I wonder if this has switch. Let's see here. Let's try switch case. I don't know, actually. It looks like it's ignoring Cython. If condition transformation to switch case. Oh, I think Cython does. Okay, maybe we might have to start using Cython if we want to. But yeah, Python doesn't have it, which is very annoying. But yeah, here. Where is enum field? This is enum field here. Enum list field. Enum map field right here. Okay. So validates. So in this particular case, what we do is we create our enum class. We then proceed to get our enum names. And then here we go with key.code equals value, and not values. This is a save problem. So this is Tomongo. That should be fine. I don't see anything particularly outlandish in here. We're pulling code. Yeah, we're pulling code, which should be fine. Validates. Enum class. Key, let's see, where's the error exactly? Attribute error, none type. Object has no attribute, reverse DB field. I wonder if when I'm trying to call this here, that it's throwing an error. So this is our dictionary. This will be for the actual dictionary that we're going for. So the value is just going to be whatever we throw in. Key code, Tomongo, code val. Where's enum used? Right here. We're checking to make sure that the keys are accurate. It seems to be fine with the keys. But that doesn't, This looks fine to me. It looks right. Okay, let's do a test. Actually, yeah, I was moving over to a different parser, but let me do one quick test on it here, and then we're just going to get back to working on the parser if it continues throwing an error. Let's go to our documents. Data source, data doc. Okay, not to our data. Let's go to our, where are you? Not web page doc. Data sources right here. Okay. I'm changing this from games console enum to webs type enum. Actually, I don't think that, no, that should not be a problem. Let me try this real quick. Let's just change this to a this web type enum. Let's restart this. All right, then. There we go. Let's get to our parser. All right, parser set. Let's get rid of that so we have a bit more space. Now let's see here. We want to get the, well, let's see here. I think I'm just going to get the cache again. Well, I reset it, so we should be fine. I reset it so that we should be fine. All right, so we'll go with the console, Nintendo 64, topic, game enum. Let's go ahead and grab that. Let's go ahead and do all this. There we go. There's our list. And nope, still throwing error. Still throwing an error. Well, yeah. I mean, because, yeah. I mean, because I did actually ask it to find out why this was errors is actually throwing, but it won't actually know because it doesn't have any of my code in there. So all I can do is provide it with this, and it can tell me that there's a none type being formed. But I kind of already know that because that's literally in the error. So I'm just having to... ChatGPT is not going to help me here. It's really not. So I'm just trying to figure out now where to solve this problem. I wish that, because when we run the code up here, it's fine. What's the difference between up here and down there? Let's see. The difference is that there isn't a difference. Yeah, the difference is that the only difference is that we're saving here in game sources as opposed to data sources. It says that there's a reverse enum. Let's see here. Oh, I know. This happens to be a validation error. Okay. This is a validation error. I forgot. I need to change that because we're changing the code. Let's change this real quick. Where's the code again? Here it is right here. Instead of console, we're going to just change it to... We'll just sitemap. There. Sitemap. And, okay, there. It throws a none type error again. So it has nothing to do with the it has nothing to do with the enum. It has everything to do with our... Yeah, it has nothing to do with enum. It has everything to do with our... It has to do with the documents. Because we just changed it, and it's already throwing an error here as well. I don't see anything really different about the document here. Attribute false. This is base documents. Let's see here. Embedded document, no. Create documents. The name is fine. Tag is fine. This has everything to do with map field because it's here, reverse database field map get. This is such a weird error because, as I said, it's so strange that it's being thrown because, again, the code here works fine. We pull our sitemaps, we parse them into a data frame, we then convert the data frame into a dictionary, we then get our file based off of the sitemap code, and then we create it. And then down here we... Let's see here. That was our sitemap. Here we go. We do the same thing. Oh, that's the general functions. This is the part here, right here. Here it is. Yeah, here, sitemap.code, exact same code thing on how we're getting and creating website page. This is identical. This is nearly identical. Instead of a dictionary, we're converting it into an index, and that's because I want to use the index as opposed to the it's an orientation thing. It has nothing to do with how the data should be structured. And then at the very end, I'm converting it to a dictionary string either way. In fact, if you look here, when I do this, items, we're actually getting the inner string right here to save it. So that should be fine. And then from data sources, we do topic enum, which happens to be the web type enum, and we import it in. So I don't see where the error is, where the problem is, where the none type is being formed. And I don't see where the none type is being formed at all. It's very mind-boggling. Let's see. Let's go up here real quick. We'll run this. We'll do these. And then when we check out our data dictionary, we can see here is all of the data. We can see those are the strings. Those are the files. And then here we can see, there it is, trivia. There's trivia. Here is, yeah, there's trivia. And if we go further up, we'll find the other ones. You get the idea. You get the idea. There it is, right there. Videos. So we have those. We then pull out, there's the K, the V from the items. We then put them in, and then we go. This way we're adding all of our topics to the data sources. We're not overwriting anything either. We're just adding it all to the data sources, and then we're good. We then save it and we're done. So down here, because of the fact that we are skipping a step, we are converting this directly into a dictionary. So instead of having to do key value, we're just converting this to a dictionary immediately. And then we're importing it in. Let's see. None of these should be a none type. Let me go ahead and grab this. Let me check something real quick. Let's see here, data dict dot get none. Yeah, there's nothing there. Literally, there's nothing there. So that's not there. Now let's do this as well. Well, so yeah, there's nothing there. So that means this dictionary should be perfectly fine. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. I just want to get the data. So we're going to change this to a enum list field. We don't need this anymore. Go ahead and import in our list field. Oh. Annotation cannot be assigned before an argument. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. All right, so and then this will simply be, we're looking for a games. This is actually just a list. This is going to be a Yeah, this is going to be a list. Since this is a map field, this will be a dict. Technically, this should be a dict too. This is going to be, so this will be games console enum, and then this will be a list, like that. There we go. And let's go ahead and add in the final that. Take that one away. Let's add in our typing. All right then. I'm going to let's go back here to our parser. Oh, whoops. Whoops. There we go. Parser. There we go. Parser. We're changing this. Oh yeah, console. Console will be Nintendo 64. Topic. As usual, it's going to be game. We'll grab that. We'll do this. And then last but not least, we're going to change this. We're no longer going to hold on to the key. This is just going to be a list right here. There. And I know that this is... Now let's go ahead and change this to a list. Data list. Data list. Okay. Now let's run that. And list indices must be an integer or a slice. Game console enum. Okay. Must be an integer or slices, not game console enum. I see. All right. This should be a map field. Wait, this should be a map field. This is map list. This is oh, this is enum. This is enum list field. Okay. I know what I'm going back to the parser. Let's just work on the other one for now. Let's just work on this. Okay then. Here's our code, here's our data. Let's start just finding everything we want to extract. This is... I've spent how many hours? Almost 3 hours trying to debug this. I'm just gonna... Let's just start working on this. Okay, so first things first, zrun. Here we go. There is our name. It's called page title. All right, so here's our parser. There's our root. So let's go with page title. We'll call this the game name. And this will simply be root.xpath. And let's see here. Let's see here. How does this look exactly structurally? If we go in, inspect this. So there is our, here we go. There's platform. That's H3. So it's a span for H3. We have our game title right here, which we call zrun. We have a picture right here, which will be the background. Oh, yeah, we should definitely we should definitely grab that. So yeah, we should definitely go for that. This is all in header splits. Okay. I don't think there's anywhere else that has header splits. So let's go find header splits. It's a div, isn't it? Yeah, it's a div class header split. Okay. So we're looking for a div. And then it's going to be the class, which is equal to header split. Oh, let's see here. That should give us, all right. Is it underscored? Yes, it's underscored. Okay. There it is. Okay, next on the list. Let's see, next on the list, we then want to go simply a div, and then we want to get to page title. So it would be simply a div h3 and then name. Okay. Div h3 text. And okay. Make sure that it's proper. H3 is... That is correct. Oh, we want H1. Okay. Yeah, okay, we want H1. The H3 we need to span afterwards. So this is supposed to be H1. There's the name. All right. So there's the name. Console. Let's go ahead and grab that. Now in this case we want to go to H3, span. Now that should be the console name. And there it is. Okay. So that's the console. Image. Where's the URL for the image? It's in another div. In another div. And they call it background image. So, oh, we're going to have to get the style. Header left. Split. Let's go with div. We'll go with header image. All right then, so div class is going to be equal to header image. And in this case, we want the style. And oh, okay, it did not like, where's the error? Oh, I get it. Is that? There we go. There's the background image. Now the question I have is that if I go to that, does that actually lead me anywhere? Does this actually lead me anywhere? I bet. Let's see here. Game facts. There, that, and it does. Okay, we need that file. We need the name. It sends me directly to the image. Okay. So now we know that. Oh, I wonder if I can regex. If I should regex it. Yeah, I should probably regex this. So this is going to be the path. So let's see, this will be the image. We'll call this we'll call a header in it. Header image. Raw. All right, then. Okay, I don't think pattern. Maybe pattern? We could use pattern. Match might. I think we will have to establish a pattern. Oh, I do not want to. I do not want to. I do not want to have to do that. So let me copy this. Mr. Meeseeks. Mr. Meeseeks. You. Write a regex expression to pull out the text in the parentheses next to URL. Now let's see if this works. I don't trust you because you always do it wrong. Okay, we'll do search. re.search. Okay, that should be... There we go. Oh yeah. Come on, quit being a pain in the butt. There we go. Oh, import RE. And wait, RE is not. We imported RE. Import. All right. I think I need to put the. That should be the pattern, and then next should be the string. There we go. And let's see, did it find it? Kind of. It found the URL. Let me tell it off. They say go for group 1. I see. Let's try that. I don't believe it, but let's try it. Oh. Oh yeah, come on, keyboard, don't mess up. There we go. Match.group 1. Oh, okay. Yeah, it worked. Okay. What is group 0 then? Why does grouping pull it out like that? I'm now a bit curious. Let's get back here. Let's see here. Here's the regex expression with parentheses after URL. Match, we'll look for the literal URL, and then this matches the open parentheses and a backslash, especially that. This captures everything inside the parentheses. That match closes the parentheses. Okay. Explain why group 1. Refers to the entire match of the regex. For example, this. Group 1 refers to the first captured group in the regex. The capturing group is defined by parentheses in the regex expression. Whatever is matched inside these parentheses will be stored as a separate group. I see, I see. So that means, because we have put the parentheses right here, yeah, since we have a parentheses right here, that's why it found it. Got it, got it. Okay. All right. Learning a little bit about regex as we move along. So if that's the case, then simply here, this will be the header image, URL. Now in this case, this is going to be self dot, where's the URL? Not database. Website URL. I kind of want to combine them all together. http://gamefacts.gamespot.com/ Now that's website URL. Then from here, we're just going to do that plus match.group1. There we go. Oh yeah, we're in Scraper. So we're in Scraper. So let's go ahead and set this like so. Actually, let's go check Scraper real quick. Where are you, Scraper? Okay, Scraper, where are you? There you are. Okay. URL. Main URL. Okay. Main URL. There we go. Now when we run that, we should have... There it is. There is our thumbnail. Perfect. So we have our console, we have our thumbnail. What's next on the list for our parsing? Description. The description will be here. This is in... It's in the pod class. It's in pod class. Oh, pod holds a lot of data. This is an entire section. Where is the description? Where's description? It is in here. Here it is right here. This is description. So what I'm going to do is we're going to write it a little bit differently. So we want to find a div class pod, but then we're going to want to also search for a div with an h2 that has the title called description. Actually, does the other one have user ratings? Let's see here, where is that one? So pod, yeah, there is. There's multiple pods, I bet. Multiple pods. Ah, strange. Low remove. Okay, there we go. It was being hidden. Interesting. That also let's see here. Pod half. This is called pod half. This also happens to be, there's the header, there's the body. Here's all of the data. Oh. We might want to try and convert. I wonder, can I... Here, go product rating. Then we go to half. And then here is the actual data. And we have a 3 point, we'll have to regex this. I think I could probably just go game space rate half. Let's see if we can just find that. Let's see. We're looking for a... It's a div, right? It is a div, and we're looking for a class called this. Oh, I just noticed there's two of these. So we'll... Yeah, there's two of these. That's a bit annoying. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. We'll have to... There's two of them. Either way, we're looking for a class that is equal to this. There's a lot. Oh, why are there so many? Are they all called game rating? They are. Oh, they are all called game rating. Okay, then. So we really need the header. We really need the header here. We have 1, 2, 3. It looks like there's 3 total. Yeah, there's 3 total. Product, rating, difficulty, and length. Users, this is your score, and this is the average score. We're not going to input our own scores. We just want the average scores. So they have out of 4 stars. Okay. Only one person rated the hours, and one person rated the difficulty. What is this Z run? It seems like it's a really bad game. Oh, it's a really, really bad game. I'm very curious about it. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and grab these. I'm thinking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the titles here. I don't think this is going to change. So what we're going to do is we'll create a list, and this will call the... Again, this is the parser, so this is where it belongs. Variable, or this is constants. So this will be known as the ratings list. Or the ratings table. Yeah, we'll call it ratings table. And this is just going to be a list of strings. Oh, and because of it's... Alright, and then here we'll do that. Oh. Just paste normal text, please. Oh, screw you. You stupid. Stupid. Product. Rating is going to be a string called product rating. And then we simply going to put that in here. Like so. Now let's go ahead and copy this 2 more times. Let's go grab the other ones. Difficulty and length. Okay. I can remember. My brain isn't that bad. So difficulty and length. And I'm going to change this to game length and game difficulty. And this is just length. Oh. There we go. Nice. Okay. Go ahead and put them here, like so. And now that we have that set, we can grab ratings table and we can start parsing it out. Here we go. So if I remember, here it is, root path. This was having a bit of trouble. We have 4 of these. I should probably start creating a dictionary. Why don't we do that? Why don't we start doing that? So we'll call this game data. There's a lot of game data here. This is going to be a dictionary which will hold strings and strings. There we go. So the first one will be the name. Yeah, we're going to have to set a lot of variables at the top. Let's see here. Game name. See here, we'll call this the name. Game console. Let's see here, then this one will be... Okay, I spelled console wrong. Console, this will be game... actually, we should call this the... We'll call this the game image. And this will be called image, or this will called be... What do we call it? Header image. I think we put... Okay then. So let's go down here and set all this. So in this particular case, we're going to... Instead of doing that here, we're going to put that there. Game data. This will be... There it is, game name. Now let's just go ahead and start putting all these all over the place. There's that one, and then there's this one. Oh, this happens to be the console, or game console. There it is. And this happens to be the header. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Game image. Okay. Alright, game image. There we go. Now we have that. Let's see here, we now have that. Next on the list is... this here. So, let's see. So that's our div class. We should probably go for the div before this. So yeah, we should probably go for the div before this, but we need to find what's inside it. So we're going one step up, which is here. Yeah, we're going one step up, which is here, and then we want to go for div. Yeah, then this will be div, which happens to contain... Let's see here. Here we go. Right here. I'm thinking. Div class. Are these actually separated out, or is this just one giant long list? Because that might cause a problem. That is just one giant long list. That is going to cause a problem. They're not actually individual. Okay, they're not individual components. Half, header. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see here. And that pulls out 8. Let's go ahead and do this text. And okay. There we go. Oh yeah, we want the title. That's what we want. Log in to rate your game. Okay, that's not what we want. Let's see. Actually, we don't need to go one div down. I think maybe if we just do this, it should be fine. Yes, that was perfectly fine. Okay, then. This works. So, because the other ones don't have a title, so that means it's fine. So we'll go ahead and grab this. We'll call this the game, or we'll call this the rating list. This has meant to be a list of strings. And now what we'll do is we will go for zip. We'll go with KV for, or in. And then this will be the, let's see here, the table. There it is, ratings table. And rating list. There. And then from here, we can now do game data, where we can be K. And this will equal the value. But for the value, we want to we could do another regex. Yeah, we could do another reg. Let's see here. Actually, it doesn't really matter. We see that it's out of stars, so you know, let's do it anyway. Let's grab this. Let's go to Meeseeks. Write a regex for this string. Oh, write a regex for this string to pull the numbers out. All right. They say do a find all. All right, I'm going to grab this pattern. I'm going to keep it the same. So re dot, they did a search. So I'm going to do, I wonder if a search would work as well. I'm going to try. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and run that first. There we go. Oh yeah, they don't have that. Let's see here. We have ratings list. So let's set that. Let's set v equal to ratings list first element. If we do a search for that, we will get a match, which will be the first. I see. So it will find the first one, and then tell us the span. So I can see why we would want to use find all then. If I do find all, I run that. We get a completely borked setup. Yeah, it's not right. Your thing isn't right, Meeseeks. Why did it? If a period, I think it might be here because they are. Yeah, I think it's right here. No, this is fine. I wonder why the pattern didn't work. Yeah, it didn't find the 4. It didn't pull the 4. It looks like it's missing the very first element, actually. Yeah, it's missing the very first element. Match worked perfectly fine. Let's see here. Let's tell it off. Missing the first element. %4 remaining. Oh my, we've been using Meeseeks a bit much. Let's see here. Here's our new pattern. Let's see here. Now, if I do find all here, does it work? Yes. Okay. Yeah, we need to make sure it's making sense. So one thing to note. So one thing to note is this is out of 4. I do want the other number. So one thing I could do is do a quick conversion. Yeah, we should convert it to an out of 1. Instead of out of 4 stars, 1 is perfect, 0 is none. So we have this. So this will be the okay then. Yeah, it's going to be a bit different depending on what we're going to do. I'm trying to think of a way to do this without making the code look all hobby and, like all janky. I think what I can do... Well, okay, technically, let's see here. If k is equal to self dot... And we want the... Here it is, game... difficult. I think, what's the difficulty? Product rating. There it is. If it's product rating. There it is. So if this is product rating, then what we're going to do is we're going to collect the data. So this will be the scores. There we go. We're going to take the first one. So int of scores divided by an int of the second one. There we go. And it threw an error. Okay, why? Base 10. Oh. Oh, yeah. Is not an integer. We want to change this to float. Okay, then. Float. Float. There we go. And That's our score. So let's go ahead and put that in here. And because the other two are the same, there we go. Why is it throwing an error? Oh yeah, this should be float. Or better yet, that's a string. That's a string. Alright, why are you complaining? Ape string got a float instead. Oh yeah, yeah. Because of what this is going to... So let's change this. This is going to be any now. Yeah, this is going to be any now. There we go. Now with that in mind, the other ones, we're going to do the same thing. Now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to find all of them. And then for here, we're going to do the same thing, but instead we're just going to put the first one in. Let's see, actually, yeah, we're going to put the first one in. Like so. And then... We're just storing the data right now. We haven't exactly figured out how we're going to parse out everything at the end. So for now, we'll set this as this. We'll call this the score. And then this will be the user or total users or total votes. There we go. And then this will be an integer. This one will be an integer. Score 0, like that. There we go. Scores 1. There we go. Okay. I wonder why it's complaining. Okay, why are you complaining? End state. All right. Oh, I see. That. There we go. Okay. Fix it. Okay then. Perfect. Now when we run this, let's go ahead and run all of this right now. We should do the root at the beginning. We should do the root at the beginning. Then create the file. Let's run through this and there we go. Okay, Game Scraper is lacking. Yeah, it's lacking game name. Okay. Oh yeah, we're missing those. Because we're kind of doing parsing right now. Actually, seeing as how, let's do this. Let's do this. We don't need to grab the root anymore. It's there. There. Now, if we check out game data, there we have it. All right then. So far so good. Now let's get out now let's go get the description. So game data. Let's see here, game description. And then this will be a route path as well. All right. Let's go set this up here. So description, there we go. Go back down to where we're using it. Now to get to the description, if I remember, we were up here. Let's see here. We were here. Description is there. So game is literally called game desk. So if I do a div game desk, we should find it immediately. So let's do that. So here we go. Div. And now here we're looking for a class, which is equal to game desk. We want the text. Now if I do that, what do we get? We get the description. Nice. There we go. We have the description now. So what else is on this that we can pull? We might want to go to a different game because this one's actually a bit anemic. Game details. We can grab the game details as well. In fact, if you look, game details happens to have the platform. So we can actually we can theoretically do it twice. So here we go, game details. So we have a div pod called game info. Then we have game details, and then if we go here, we have the left and the right side. If we go to the left side, we can find a table. We can find a bunch of LIs with all of our data. I like to see that. And then on the other side, we pull out, we have Metacritic and ESRB. I have a strong suspicion that this right here, oh, yeah, this is, so we have an enum for rating systems, so we'll have to define that. Metacritic, does it have the score available? And the answer is not really. See an image. Let's see here. Metacritic, game, PlayStation, run, tag. Oh, maybe if we go deeper. There it is, score. Okay, we can get the score from Metacritic. Okay, then that's nice. I bet if I just searched div Metacritic, we could find that immediately. Though that being said, I have a strong suspicion that the details here might change. I have to go through a couple examples to see, but I have a feeling these might change. And if that's the case, especially the ESRB one, I bet if we pick the game that was only released in Japan, it would show up with just Sierra. Let's try that real quick. Oh, we don't worry about we don't want to look at the thumbnail again. No, thank you. How about we head to, if I recall, I can go here, I can set region, here it is, region, Japan. Wait, Japan didn't get the Soul Reaver Legacy of Kain remasters. That was just an American thing. That's very strange. I thought it was a global release. Best Served Cold. It's a visual novel. It was released same time as both places, so... Oh, but that helped out a lot. Pokey. Yeah, if you look here, it's some of it's missing. The ESRB rating is missing. The Metacritic is missing. Let's go to another one. Tiny Pixels. Also missing. Miko Girls. Also missing. I'm beginning to think that the Metacritic score is for special occasions. Yeah, I think it's for special occasions. And I just noticed we have more. We have even more in our list of game details. Okay. User ratings. What is with all of these? I don't know. We'll just go for the basic one for now. But we have franchise, known as expansions. There's 12 available expansions. Oh, that's it. Well, yeah, 12 available expansions, which means this is that's why, okay. I wonder. I wonder. That is a lot of details. That is a lot of details. I wonder if we have this page too. Actually, I want this page. This page is actually look at this. It has even more data. We have the title, we have our switch, we have the image. We then get ESRB descriptions, and we get local information. This has a lot more information. How do we find this data here? Ultimates. Let's go forward again. And then this will be /data, and then they have a DLC there. What happens if I get rid of the DLC? It still provides all the information. What was the difference? I don't see a difference. Okay, I know. Let's do this. Here, /data. Oh, wait a minute. Did it? It did work. Oh my. It did work. And the description is the same. I have a feeling the only thing we're not getting is the user ratings and scores. Yeah, the only thing we're not getting are the user ratings and scores. So what I can do is, we can extract the data here. That means, that makes things a bit annoying. That means I will have to grab the other page as well. It's good to know, though. It is good to know. Let's add that to our scraper. Where are you, scraper? There. No, that's parser. There it is, scraper. Okay. And we'll call this the game data extension. And we don't need DLC. It's just data. So whenever we want to collect more data, especially when we come to parsing games. So this is download console data, extract console data, download sitemap. The next one will be download game data. And then this will simply be, but we'll leave it blank for now. But the main thing is that we're going to have another function which will be extract game data. And in this case, we will take the URL or we'll just take a game URL. this will return. Well, okay, I don't know what it will return. We'll say none for now. But from here, since we have the URL, we'll first go to the website. So go to game URL. We will then, this will be the, let's see here. Let's see, we'll put web page here. This will be bytes. Self dot Selenium driver. Download current page. And then self dot Selenium driver dot go to game URL plus our extension. Game data extension, and then this will be web page game data, and we'll go ahead and grab, or we'll go ahead and do this again. There we go. So that will grab both of them, and part of me wants to, what I want to do is I want to just smush all of the HTML files together and then just try and do parsing that way. That might be very unwise. Yeah, that might be a bit unwise. But we do need both of these. Is there anything else that we can potentially garner from here? So we have this. We can then go into game data. Oh, actually, we're in game data right now. See, anything else? Anything else? User ratings. More statistics and details. Oh, here we go. This can give us more. We found more data. Okay then, we found more data. More play statistics data. Interesting. It breaks things down an awful lot. We know how many stars each. This would give us distributions. Okay, we want this too. They are just hiding data everywhere in this, aren't they? They are hiding data everywhere. This will be the game stats extension. There we go. And let's go ahead and run this a third time. And this will be the game stats extension. Okay. Any other data sources that we want to download? We have stats. We have data. Maybe let's see here. There's the Wikipedia. There's the developers. There we go, more stats. Maybe, I don't know. Should we download the topics? I don't think so. I'm not really that interested in those. Not really interested in the game news either. Game trivia. Contributed. Show more. Well, that goes into the trivia section, doesn't it? Yeah, this goes into a... Actually, one moment. What does our... One moment. If you remember, we downloaded the sitemap earlier. To the... Let's get to the sitemap real quick. Come on. Load there, thank you. Here it is, sitemap. Stats is not in here. We have game, cheat, saves, trivia. If we go to trivia, this is for the different consoles, I bet. So yeah, we don't have that here. Okay. Alright then. That's good to know. I was wondering if we would collect the same data if we go through here. But that doesn't look like it might be the case, because I see answers and saves and reviews. But I don't see stats, which breaks down the user scores, and I don't see... I mean, here's trivia. But yeah, I don't see stats, so I think we're still going to have to pull these separately. One way to test, let's try it. So here we are. Here's game data. Let's change this to trivia. I don't see any Z trivia. Let's go back to our database real quick. Trivia. We'll grab this one right here. Sitemap, trivia, 3DS. That one. Into here. There we go. And there. Okay, let's see. So here's trivia. Let's go to... Oh my. It's not... There's not as many, which means... Yeah, there's not as much trivia. But if I go to Cube Ninja, we do go to that page. We do go to that page. So saving trivia, going through the list and saving trivia will go to this... we'll go to the trivia page. But what about stats? We're busy playing figure the data structure out. If I go here and I change this to stats, we'll just get rid of this altogether. There's cheats. This should be everything. Yeah, trophies and achievements is different. FAQs is reviews. Message boards. Answers. I'm seeing if saves. I'm seeing if stats has images. Videos. Trivia. No. Okay, stats is not in here. Okay then, so we don't have to worry too much about... We don't have to worry too much about the... about trivia, but stats and game... These two are not here, so we have to collect these when we go in to the game... when we go for a game description. So, alright. So we're going to extract... So that means from there we can start doing extracting from them as well. Alright. I kinda want to get back to that error that we were working on. I really do. I kinda really want to get back to trying to solve this error here. I'm gonna go ahead and work on it. Try and find out why we're resulting in such an error. Because ultimately, if we don't get this solved, we will not be able to continue. So this is all a problem with the parser. Let's see here. But not just the parse. Oh. If you remember, we changed the sources. So let's go change that one. Data sources. Web page doc. Here it is, data source doc. This is no longer going to be an enum list field. We're going to change this back to a... Why don't we just change this to, for now, to a dict field. Let's change this to a dict field. And there we go. Let's just change it to a dict field and see if this solves our problem. Set up run code to the parser. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and do this. Oh yeah, console. We need to set console and tag. Or topic. There we go. And then from here, we'll run all that. There we go. And then this should be a list of all of the data. So now we'll simply put code here. We'll run that and save, and it's saved. Okay then. Now if we go into here, we'll refresh. Game sources, N64, there's our array, and that's a, all right. Okay, so it's working. As you can see here, it's working. Game source, so it has everything. So it has to do with our enum. Our enum map, I knew it had to do with the enum map field, but it is some intrinsic problem with the enum map field. Something that doesn't throw an error when we use the other one, but it does when we use this. So let's go ahead and delete sitemap. And let's go change this back up to how we want the data structure to be. We want it to be this. That's what we want it to be. And we want this to be game console enum. And we'll set this to a... I'm fine with this being a list field right here. So we'll set that to a list field. There we go. Yeah, I'm fine with it being a list field. Now then, let's go to our map field and see where this potential problem could be happening. It's all about saving. Key.code :values for the key value. This is to Mongo, where values is items. Use db field. Fields equals none. We're not using those, so I can probably just get rid of them. We'll keep them for now though, but... And then to Python, we go into enum class, we find the key, we use the key to get the value. So it's nothing to do with this. Everything to do with this. Field. We import our field. All right. I wonder if it might be... Let's rerun this. Parser. Let's go ahead and first run parse sitemap. There we go. Now we have this. Let's run the code. We'll run that. We will run these. And it throws an error. N64 is not a member of the enum game console enum. That is a load of hogwash. That is a giant load of hogwash. What? Validation error. Game console. Oh, I see code. Okay, let's there we go. Okay. Okay. We forgot to do that. And none type. Reverse DB map field. Why does it feel like this might not even involve us now? Let's see here. Why do I keep getting this error? None type means that instead of an instance or whatever object class you think you're working with, you're actually got none. That usually means an assignment or function call above failed or returned an unexpected result. Well, yeah, I know. This is for PyMongo. Let's see here. Mongo engine. Here we go, this one. If there's a Python issue, it won't be faced. Mongo engine tracks the fields that are being changed through change fields using a dot delimited convention to describe the path. I'm not sure why a dot delimited convention was chosen in this place. The changed fields, a tuple indeed, sounded like a better approach. The following it's used is embedded in the list field. The topic, I don't think it would be such a big deal to change, but there might be edge cases that you have to consider. Okay. Enum. Base doc is throwing the error. Base services, yeah, it's because we're calling save in the doc. The doc is throwing an error in super. Clear changed fields. That's where we're getting the error. I wonder, can I go? Let's see here. Clear changed fields. They're running this. None type was observed in the attribute reverse DB field. I'm going to try something. I am going to try something. Let's see here. Get game sources. And then we'll put in, this will be the We'll call this console. Games console enum. And this will be a... we'll just be returning a dict. Or we'll be returning a... I don't know what we'll be returning. We'll put a list. Actually, Let's see here. If I wonder if I'm thinking. Okay. Let's see here. This should be going to be a instance object. So if self dot game sources is none, then we'll go self dot game sources is equal to this. Oh, and let's see here. Get game sources. So that's the first test. Next is we will do if, we'll call this the game list. If self.gamesources.get, and this will be console, return game list, else, let's see here. Else what we will do is we will go self.gamesources. This will be console is equal to that, and then we will I'm going to do this here. Return game list. Let's see. Actually, you know what? I should do this. If this is none. If not this, then we do this. And then we're just simply going to return self.gamesources.get console. There we go. And believe it or not, I think that's good. Yeah, that works out. Okay, so if there's our code. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this over here. Where are you? Parser, there. So we have this. We will now go here. We'll do doc.get sources. We will do console. This will be the console list. And this is just going to be a basic list of strings. And then from here, instead of doing this, we're going to do, we should call this game, or we should call this game list. Game list dot append or extend that. And then afterwards, we then go save doc. All right, let's reset it up. Let's reset this. parser. All right. Our topic. Now let's run this. None type error in reversal. It. Oh. Oh. I don't understand. What is the problem? I try to make sure that there is no none type, but apparently there's still a none type. Let's see here. We have enum map field. To Mongo. Let's see here. This is a map field. Let's go to our map, one of our map fields. Doc dot or let's see here. Data sources. There we go. Let's see here. We'll go with keys. So that's our key right there. Web type enum.game. And then there's cheat, there's enum. So here's all the different ones. Now because this is a map field, what we do is we create a class enum right here. The first thing we do is we validate. We check to see, is the instance of the value a dictionary? If we don't have a dictionary, we don't want it. And that's not what's happening. Let's head up. Let's head up to our error. There it is. So yeah, we know for a fact this is not the problem. Next, for key value, get items. If the instance of the key is not an enum, enum class, as in we're not getting the correct type, then it will throw an error. We're not receiving this error either, which means it cannot be here. It's checking all the keys in our list. Next is here. We're going to convert our keys and our values into a dictionary. So if I do that here, let's go here. We're assuming that this is a dictionary. In fact, why don't we go ahead and call this value. If I run through this here, we will get a dictionary where everything is the code. There we go. Trivia. Dictionary. That is correct. We then run a validate code right here. Super enum map field validate our string of key dictionaries to make sure that everything is valid. So this is pretty much going the next step, because this technically the enum map field, it's just a map field, but we're overlaying the enum code so that we can kind of interface with that. So the idea is that once we're done doing all of the enum stuff, then we go in and start doing the map field stuff. So we do that. So all the validation code is fine. To Mongo, we have our value. These are not working, but here's our value. If the value is none, return none. That means if there's nothing in there, just return nothing. And then here is the exact same code right here that is earlier. And then finally to Python. So let's go to data source. Let's see here. Let's change this up. We'll call this, what did we call it? Game source? Game sources? Yeah, game sources. All right. Now, if I run this code here, what will it look like? It will look like, let's go ahead and save this out. A.keys. Yeah, just Nintendo 64 is the key. And if I go to values, The values is a dictionary full of, it's a double dictionary. All right, it's a double dictionary. Well, it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Because the key, the key and such, you know, our dictionary, that's our keys right there, and this is our value. So it makes sense that it's going to look like that. So it's going to be singletons when we, if I go in here and type in get, and then I go for Nintendo 64, it will give me the, it'll give me the list. Okay then. So that is correct. So to Python, right here, our validation is right. Our to Mongo is right. And we're not even at the to Python. So why is this error happening? It says none type. We just changed it. Instead of, I want to try something. We're going to create a completely new document. That's what we're going to do. Here we are. Originally I was doing this, getting the sitemap. Not anymore. We're going to go for game. We're creating a brand new document. And there we go. Throws the exact same error. So this is, So it has nothing to do with, the, Here we do create. Here we do create and get dictionary with our document ID. And then we put on web type and then we leave. Actually, one question. One very important question. No, we do simply this, get or create document, and then we type in the sitemap. So that's not it. This is so confusing. Okay, we have too many things up. Okay, let's shrink you down. Okay then. We don't need you up. We kinda need you. This is game console enum. No, we don't need you up. This happens to be the scraper. We don't need you up. This is the parser. We do need you, and we need you. Okay. So we toss in doc ID. Let's go to our base docs. If I call get and create, we do this, which would just be a doc ID. All right. We have data type. We're doing get or create here. This is the data service. Actually, one moment. No, this is correct. This is correct. But this one, Web page type enum. When am I actually setting this? Oh. Actually, I'm not you. Wait, where am I calling this? Okay, then. 6 usages right here. Wait a minute, did I just find a major problem? Here's scraper. Wait a minute, did I just find a major problem in my parser? No, here it is, right here. Data source service, right here. Data source service, get and create. Data source service. Data source service. Let's see here, data source service. Here we go, get and create. But this is not a map field problem. This should not be a data type problem. But I wonder if that's what the problem... I wonder if this is actually what's causing it. Let's go to web page real quick. Let's go to our other service. This will be very... This will be hilarious. Oh, this would be hilarious if the problem was something completely unrelated. No, we still have web page service. We still have to call it. So the question now is back to here. Sitemap. Web page type, sources. Topic enum, get or create, we do this. Unexpected arguments when we run get or create doc. We're immediately going here calling. I think I might know what the problem is. I think I might know what the problem is. Thinking about it. Let's see here. Let's go back to our service. Because here I have... Here it is. Here I have get or create documents. But I already have a get or create document in the base service. Yeah, here it is. Get or create, or that's get or create out. That's the base document. We want the base service. Here, base service. Here it is right here. Get or create document. We just pull in the document ID. And then we output it. Which means when I'm calling this one, I'm calling super, which means we should be going further down the line. And then we're adding in web type. Data source. So, get or create documents. Let's see here. I don't think I'm overwriting this document. I really don't. I think we're going straight down. Parser. Let's see here. Data source services, we create that. Then we should do this, and then we should do create, get or create document. I'm not replacing this though. All right, I think, let's do this. Doc dot. Okay, and this should be the web, or let's see here. It should be web type. All right then. this should be, and then theoretically, if we do that here, I'm going to go ahead and put it right here for now, just to see if if this fixes my problem. Let's run this. I highly, highly doubt that's going to solve the problem. No, yeah, okay. It did not solve the problem because, again, this is an enum problem. But it does kind of show up that there is a problem with my data sources. Yeah, we don't have the type here. Yeah, we're missing the data type. So that's good to know. I'm missing a data point. We're missing web type. But that still doesn't fix this problem here. I'm at a loss. If anyone has a clue, chime on in. I do not know why this is throwing an error. I really do not. Data source services to .save to save list. Data source service .save to save list. Self data source services. Yeah, that should be correct. Right here, data source services to save, and then we save the list. Docs.save error. Super arguments. Clear changed fields. This is a problem with the Mongo engine doc. Attribute none type. None type has no reverse DB field map. But I don't know what that... But that doesn't make sense. What is the difference between the two data structures? Doc dot... Yeah, what is the difference? Data sources. Okay, then let's pull this out real quick. There we go. Let's see here. What did we create? Log. Document found. ROMDB. Oh, we're in the ROMDB. Okay. Oh, I forgot to set the. All right, I forgot to. Okay, let's redo this. Oh, wait. Let's do setup. GameVac scraper is not defined. Oh. Setup, please. Thank you. Come on, you annoying thing. Okay, then. Parser. There we go. Parser. Now if we do this. Oh. Oh yeah, we need to do console. And topic. There we go. Now let's go ahead and grab this one here. We should have our sitemap. There it is. Let's go ahead and grab our document. There. Doc. So doc dot data sources. And then doc dot game sources. Oh. Okay then. Let's run this code here. Let's this code here. Get this set up as we want, like that. Now doc dot game sources, doc dot data sources. Did it just delete data sources? Oh wait, I know why. I was setting it to create it. I was setting to create it because I wanted to just try and get it to save. Let's go ahead and run that. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? I am looking at you. What are you doing? I'm changing this back to sitemap. Are we not... Are we... Okay then. Let's see here, games. Let's see our game sources. Doc dot has no attribute called game sources. Okay, what are these called again? Game sources is correct. Doc dots, and then the other one was called data sources. Okay. I think I might know what the problem is. Reverse DB map field in the MyPongo document. Let's see here. This throwing the error here in the clear change fields. It's on in self, so it's in our instance. We go down to this reverse DB map field. The data here is a none type. The data happens to be itself. Reverse DB map field. So the data is itself. If the data, let's see here, get changed fields. I am going to, let's see here. I have doc available. Get changed fields. So the changed fields are Nintendo and audit. All right then. We're going to split by period. I'm reference field and okay then. Let's set these. Oh, okay, our import class. We will worry about that in a sec. Let's do this. So we have get changed fields. This. We'll break for now. Okay then. Oh. This is doc. There we go. So the first things we're going to do with with this one is we split it. There we go. There is it. That's our split. Game sources, games enum, and Nintendo 64. Let's see here. There it is. Game sources, game enum, and Nintendo 64. Okay then. So we have that. Data is the doc. Because we're passing ourselves in. Now then, for parts, we run all of this. Oh, where's this? Import. Actually, where do we run these? At the very last if-else statement. So that's not, this is where the error falls, right here. So I'm just going to run it this right here. Oh. None type. Okay, here we go, here we go. Cell, wait a minute. Why is data a none type? I do. All right, there we go. That was a bit strange. I did data equals doc. Wait, why are we... Okay then, okay, why are we doing that? If the instance of the data is a list, then we're going to... But the self should be our document, or maybe it's our field. It might be our field. Instead of doc, it's field. Okay. So if it's a list, we do this. If it's a dictionary, we do this. Okay, so if that's the case, then let's go grab our data is equal to doc dot games. Let's see here, games source, game source. There we go. And apparently, actually data, because it's going to be an enum field. So what I should probably do is do data is equal to doc dot game sources. That way we have data. There we go. Now if I do this, let's run this. And we get a none type. So what's the part? Game console enum. Let's see here. If instance data is a dict. Let's see here. Is data a dictionary? False. Okay then. But okay, why does it... Oh. Okay, then data equals data or doc dot game sources data. There we go. Type data. There we go. It's a base dictionary from Mongo Engine. Okay. If we do this, now parts. So here is our parts. Game sources, games enum, and Nintendo 64. So let's see here. We have how many parts? We have multiple parts. Let's just copy this for now. Let's just copy this for now, and I just want to see about the instances. Is this an instance? If so, print list. If this is an instance, print dict. And if this is an instance, or else, print neither. Dict, dict, dict. It's all dictionary. Okay. I don't know why we're doing that. I really don't. But pretty much immediately we go into here. So data part get. So get part. So we're doing this. I do not want this to be none. Is that the problem? I don't know, actually. I do not know. Okay, data, why are you not doing the get function? You're... What is... Okay then, why is it not getting the dict function? This is very confusing. This is very, very confusing. Not querying a map field. We want to... Where is this? Map field right here. Database alias. We do connect, arguments, objects, parameters here. No, that's switch. No, no, no. No, you dingus. We're looking for map field. Where are you, map field? Map field. Here, map field. We put a field in. A field name, a database field to store this field type. Defaults go to the name. Required. All right. Mongo Engine reference field. Interesting that they don't have an example for map field. Let's see here. How about we go with... How about we check Stack Overflow? No, not query. Not normalized keys. This is Flask. Wait, does no one use map fields? Wow, this shouldn't be too difficult. Mongo Engine map field, Python. Not query a map field. Okay then, map field. Not the unique, not the primary. Oh, here we go, here. A reference to the document will be automatically dereferenced on access lazily. Note, this means that you'll get access IO to these to solve, let's see here. No, this means the database access will, you access this field. This is necessary. Note that you will get this database IO access every time you access this field. This is necessary because the field returns a document which... Right, oh, that's something different. Use the reverse delete rule to handle what should happen if the document the field's referencing is deleted. Embedded document dict field and map fields does not support. Reverse delete rule, an invalid error is raised if trying to set on one of these document fields. Reverse delete cascade, but we're not setting that in map field. I need an example. Where's an example of map field being used? Index or no map field. Let's see here. Other people are encountering a similar the workaround is to query the valid fields of a map field or a dict field like this. But that's querying. We're not interested in... Oh, come on. Is there nobody that has generated? Let's see here. Is there no one who has used map fields? Is this... Am I insane? Map field right here. Embedded. So here they have an embedded document field, and then they have a device. The fact that they have the embedded document field and then they have device profile tells me that... It kind of tells me that I do need to have parentheses. Do I have another example? Device 1, and then we have the device profile, device 2. I think this is right. So the way I was wondering if there might be an issue with how I have it set up. Let's see here, where are you? I was wondering if it might have something to do with this setup right here, but thinking about it, no, the main error is the fact that it actually worked when we saved to a completely different file. It actually saved, so it's when we're trying to update an existing file. That's where we're running into a problem, and it's this right here. Reverse map field. Because the data comes back as none, the reverse map field is that. It becomes, it's 0, but when we run this, let's see here. Oh, that's the data. That's our document field. If we type it, we can see that it is a Mongo-based dictionary, which means if we go data.reverse, oh, it shouldn't be reverse though. It is a dictionary. That's what it is. Audit. Oh, it might be the audit problem. But no, it shouldn't be. The audit worked fine. Let's see here. Let's do an instance real quick. Is this... That's true. So it should go data.part.get or data get, and then in this case we will get the parts. In this case it should be... Actually, let's just, let's see here. Let me go up here real quick. Wait. Wait, 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 wait. Wait, wait, wait. Huh. Let's see here. There is none. How do I get the data out of this thing? Wait a minute. Why is that not being converted to a... This should be converted, actually. Let's go over to our enum field. Right here. See, what we're doing is code to value. And then value... Oh, let's see here. Code to value, and then value.items. So technically this should be the code. So let's go ahead and run this here. I'm going to run this because technically we're passing in the value. We'll change this to doc. And we'll go back and put this, we'll call, oh, this should be data. Let's go ahead and put this back in as data. So now if we do data.get, we should be able to get something. Oh. Oops. Okay. There we go. That one. All right. Let's get back up here real quick. What's the code look like now? It's still Nintendo 64. Okay. All right. Okay. Wait a minute. But why did that not work? This should send it straight to... Oh, I see. Okay. But no, that should be right. If I do this... If I do this, string does not have code. Yeah, so that means our value should be it should just be Nintendo 64. Yeah, Nintendo 64. So that should be our data. I wish the list name was a bit shorter. Yeah, there we go, Nintendo 64. So now if I do data.get part, it comes back as empty. But what? Oh, but... Wait a minute. I think I might know what the problem is. I think I figured it out. Maybe not. Yeah, that doesn't matter. These don't matter. So no, I still have not found out what the problem is. Oh, why is this? Oh, why is this being so painful? Hmm. Let's see here. Parts is equal to that. Game sources, game consoles, Nintendo 64. Why is Nintendo 64 capitalized here? I don't know, especially when we go into here. You can see that it is actually... Let's see here, where's Nintendo 64? Right here. It's actually that. So that's the enum right there. That's the value. That's not the code, though. Let's see here. I'm curious about, I'm trying to figure out a lot of things. Yeah, that's the code. If I type in game console enum dot Game Boy Advance code, it should give me Game space Boy space Advanced. Why is this here in the parts of all things? That is a very that is very curious. Maybe it's because I think I might know why. I think I might know why. Because I have, when we're running this here to Mongo, we set the code here. Use DB field. I'm going to get rid of those because those aren't doing anything. Never mind, I need to keep those because those are because we are bringing the data. Actually, that is something that I'm not doing. I am overwriting to, let's see here, what is actually going on in Mongo? Yeah, I know I'm overwriting. Oh, I want to go to it. Do you want to find the usages of, let's see here. Here, to Mongo. There we have value and we're not actually running this. Yeah, we're not actually running this. I'm going to... What I do is I just return that. I'm going to, instead, grab this. We'll call this the return value. Super dot to Mongo. And then from here, we'll input in our value, or we'll input in the value. Then we'll have use db field, and then fields. There we go. And this will be return value. Now let's check something out real quick. Do I return anything at the end? I do. I return a value dictionary. I wonder if I actually even need to return anything. I probably do. So we'll keep it like this. But... I don't think I would need to do something like that. Do something like that, though. Oh, I need to... Okay. All right, then. Okay, let's head on down. Here. We're going back to sitemap. First things first, let's pull out our data. Let's do all of that. And we're still getting the none type error. I am just lost. I don't understand. I really don't. I wish I could talk to somebody who worked on Mongo Engine and they could explain why this would be happening, because I just don't get it. I truly don't. I mean, where is the problem? It says that data reverse field type is a none type. This is happening when I try to create, or when I'm filling in a different field. But is it because of the fact that the field didn't exist to begin with? But we're going to reverse DB this area right here. That means we're dealing with something that's not a dictionary. Because if you go into the document, right here, else statement, if it is something else, and the part is none, throw in error. But we're doing this for the enum field. So there should be no error. This is a dictionary. There should be no error. I don't understand. Where's this problem coming from? Change field. So this is the enum field. Let's see here. Data is equal to the enum field. So data is equal to doc dot game sources. All right then. Get changed fields. So let's do that first. Let's see here. Let's go with doc dot get changed fields. There we go. So we have this is the doc where we have that's the changed field and then that's the update. Now if you recall, this right here is kind of wrong because we are actually changing it before we return it. Where is game console enum? All right. There's our new enum. Let's go over to parser. Let's run the code. All right then. So now that we go here to documents, data is going to equal oh, come on. Stop being a prick. And it's going to be a massive, giant, floppy donkey deck. Okay, then. Data equals doc. Dot game sources. Game sources. Okay, then. We also updated that. So let's also go with doc. Dot get changed fields. All right, so there we go. There's our changed fields. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this. Let's do that. And from here, what I'm going to do is, instead of self, we're going to change all of these to doc. Doc, doc. Any other selves? Here, this one, doc. Any other ones in here? No, okay. Let's run. Lazy reference is not defined. Okay, I think we're going to have to import everything in from here. So let's do that. Let's try and run this again. There you go, none type error. So where is it throwing the error? This is what was... Yeah, so it is... so why is it throwing it none type here? Let's see here. Data should be parts. There's the parts. For part, it's throwing an error at Nintendo 64. Okay. Let's see here. Data happens to be empty. So let's see here. If we go data... They really should not have overwrit their data structure here. I don't know why they overwrit it like this. This makes error testing extremely a giant pain in the ass. It really does. Data equals doc. I do not know why they did this. Okay then. Let's see here. Is data a list? No, it's not a list. Is data a dictionary? No, it's not a dictionary. Wait, why is it? Oh yeah, it's because it's our documents. Could that be the problem? I don't think so, because we're saving perfectly fine. We are saving perfectly fine, so that can't be the problem. Self here. This is going to be a base document, clear changed fields. So yeah, this is the base document. It even says it right here, dot document, dot base document. So let's see here, parts, data, for part and parts. We end up doing that here. Let's see here. If I do this, here we go. So this is the reversed data field set. Part, get part, return part. ID, okay. If they didn't delete data every single time we ran through this, we wouldn't have a problem. Okay, let's see here. We'll do this. What's our field name? Nintendo 64, okay. So let's see here. Then we do a get attribute. And data field name. So get attributes. We're looking for. We'll do. I really think that this should be the field, or the field that we're looking at. So I'm going to change this back to doc dot game sources. There we go. Okay, let's see here. Is this a list? No. Is this is this a dictionary? Yes. So since this is a dictionary, we will do get data part. So let's do that. Get data part. And we don't have anything. What is part? What does part look like exactly? Then, all right, something weird is definitely going on here. Something very strange is definitely going on. Okay, I'm going to, let's see here. Let's run this here. Data.get. And we'll go for part. Is it because it's in a... I don't think so. Oh, it's alright, that is a bit different. If I pick Nintendo 64, that throws an error, but if I do Nintendo 64, that gives me everything. I don't... but I reset it already. Alright, let's do something. Let's just try and start moving things around real quick. Database. I'm deleting you. I'm deleting you. So the database is clear. Set up this. Oh, we don't need pass. I don't know why that's there. We don't need pass. Set up connection. There. GameFAQs parser. here. Let's go here. We'll grab this. Console is going to be Nintendo 64. If we do console.code, it will come back as capital Nintendo 64. Topic is going to be the game. We'll run that. We'll then run all this. There. Oh, we forgot to define that. There. Saved. So now if we go in here and we refresh, there's our data sources. Oh. Why is it empty? Okay, wait, why is that empty? Did I just screw something up? Oh yeah, I did, because I forgot. I need to do this. I need to parse the sitemap first. Alright, so there we go. It throws a none type error here. Let's go ahead and delete this. Go ahead and delete this. We'll run that. We'll run this. Everything is saved. Now let's go here. Run this. Run all of this. And it throws an error. Okay. Now I want to do one other thing. Let's go back in here. Delete this one more time. I have a strange suspicion. It could be wrong. We've been chasing dead ends. We've been chasing dead ends for 5 hours. But what I want to do is I want to first run this. We're going to do that and input it into the document. Like so. I'm then going to... Let's see here. Do we have data lists on this end? No. Okay, so I know what I want to try and do. So we're going to go ahead and save this document. There we go. So that should be here. There we go. Let's run this data here. Let's run the parser on this end. There we go. Game list should exist. It does not exist. Why don't you exist? We're getting a query mid-iteration. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because the code is different. The code is different. This, if you remember, this was just Nintendo 64 like this. And yeah, there we go. Okay, let's go ahead and... There we go. Let's go ahead and run all this. There. So there's our game console data right here. There's our list. We can call this... We have dict... Alright, I'm going to call this game dict right here. There we go. So we have the game dictionary. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here. I'm going to delete this. There. So with that deleted, we're going to rerun this here. But this time, we're going to put down here, we'll go with doc dot game sources. We change this to game dict. And we should get the... Let's see here. Actually, well, let me take a quick peek at game dict real quick. We'll see what it looks like. All right, yeah, so we want to convert game dict into a list. We'll call this the game list. We'll call this the game str list. There we go. Just to try and keep things as separate as possible. Now, here. Let's go to doc.game sources equals to game str list. Now let's save it. And, oh, an error. It's the same error. Okay, no, it's not the same error. This is a validation error. Data sources sitemap, and then it claims there's a validation error going on. Let's see here. I have a feeling my enum field is very broken. Let's see here. Game sources keys. Oh yeah, this is a list, so it should have keys. Let's see here. Yeah. I forgot. This needs to be. Yeah, this needs to be. Let's fix this. This is wrong. Okay then. This should be games console Nintendo 64. There. Now let's do the save. Let's clear this out. And it's saved. Okay then, let's take a quick peek. Okay then. Alright, I think I might know the problem. It's a very annoying problem, but it's still a problem nonetheless. Apparently, because of the fact that we did not set game sources, and I'm guessing the default, if we didn't set a default for it, it is now causing it to go burr every time because it's a none type. So I have a suspicion a quick solution would be if we go over to our source, or go to our data source doc here. If I just change these, have a default, a default to not, this make it a default like that. So when we set it, but we don't actually set it, we still define a default. It should theoretically work. Let's prove me wrong. Set up. Oh, not that one. Set up environment. There it is. Oh, set up environment, you stupid ninny. Thank you. There we go. All right. Oh. Ah, boy. This is the parser. Thank you. I swear, sometimes this app is trying, this program is trying to mess with me. So let's run this one first. There we go. Sitemap is done. Now, if you remember earlier, because we changed the enum, this should throw an error. So let's change the console code to what it's supposed to be, at least for on the data right now. Like that. So that should give us that. Yeah, there we go. Now let's run this. And console's not defined. Okay. And topic. Okay. And it none type error. Again, none type error. But the default should be set. Literally, the default should be set. This should be a dictionary. Okay then. Okay then. Let's see here. Where is our base, not base service, base docs? All right then, create all fields. So let's see here. When we do that, we're going to go self dot. We're going to get our attributes. Let's see here. Why is it throwing an error or complaint? Parameter name unfulfilled. Actually, we just want to get all the attributes. Let's see here. Not get collection name, not get DB. Not get item or states. Where is attributes? Not annotations. Not doc. Maybe not an. Maybe this one? No, not that. Though that could potentially help because it gives us a list of everything. Let's see here. Let's see here. If I create a new one, let me do that right now. Okay, we're doing. All right then. So we'll go with source. Yeah, there it is. Data source doc. The ID is going to be poo. Because this is poo on you. Initiating a document with positional arguments is not supported. Please use field name. Oh yeah. Okay, ID. ID equals poo. There we go. There's our doc. Our doc is full of poo. Okay then. So now here, let's go ahead and do this. Dict. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Okay. Let's see here. If you remember when we were creating our... We were trying to create our main earlier. We actually were looking into... or... Oh, it was not the... It was the main. It was the scraper main. Here it is, right here. And we... Oh. Parse arguments. Main. Add arguments to... Oh, I moved it already, didn't I? I think I did. Let's go to the main. Let's go to base main. Get attributes. Get attribute args. Okay. Here we go, right here. So we have a find arguments, and this is in a dir. Oh, perfect. Okay then. dir is what we want. So if I do doc dir, that should give me everything. Here we go. Man, okay, so we're just looking for the field names. Yeah, so yeah, we're looking for the attributes. I kind of... Is there a get at... Let's see here. In this one was pretty easy. We just parsed out arguments, but I think we want to do more of an attribute. So there's get attribute, which will be a name, get item, get state. Let's see here. I think we're going to have to use dir. We're going to have to use a dictionary. Oh, DB field map. We can use DB field map to get our what we want. So let's do that. So let's see here. Where is our base doc? Here it is, base docs right here. Okay. So we're going to create the fields. We're going to find all of our fields first, like so. I don't need CLS. we're going to so doc.pop. I don't need CLS. Not here. Or let's see here. We'll call this the we'll call it doc. Self. There we go. And then from here, we're going to look at the instance or the types. So doc.get attribute. See here, get attribute. So let's see here, doc is equal to, let's see here, we'll go with attr, or let's see, for attr in doc dot. Oh, this is the doc field, so this should be a map field. So we'll call this doc map. And this is a dictionary. Doc map, like so. Items. So this will be the attribute, and this will be the, or this will be the attribute, and then the other one will be the Mongo attributes. There we go. So this is the pi attribute, and this is the Mongo attribute. And for this, we're going to get attribute, which will be pi. This will be pi attribute. And since this is a doc map, we want this to be self, like so. So what I'm going to do is self. Let's see here. We have doc. I set that equal. Here we go. Self. There we go. So now we can simply do that. We'll get our doc map. There we go. We're going to pop this. I just noticed that, okay, that's all fine. Now what we're going to do is run that. Oh. It has no attribute. Okay. Let's see here. Self dot. It should be get, oh, no. All right, there's no, okay. Get attribute. So if we run that, okay, then I'm going to type these. We're going to print the type of these. There we go. None type string, dictionary, dictionary. What are the other ones that are being... Okay then, which ones are being non-typed? Audit is being typed as an audit. This is an embedded document field too. So audit is being none. Then, okay, I think I need to know what we're dealing with as well. Let's, okay then. So what we'll do is we'll grab this here. Oh, we'll copy this here. There, and then we'll type this here. Okay then. And then last but not least, we need to put this down. So let's see here. There we go. Okay. Let's run that. And we have the... I see. Okay. That's the ID. Okay, okay. I think it might be because we want to put this down as well. Let's put this down as well. Okay. So, audit has no class type. No known class type. ID is a string. Name, it is a none type. Tag is a string. Why is name considered a none type? It's literally defined as a string field. Is it because we didn't define it yet? But if you look, these are already defined as dictionaries. So that means there shouldn't be a problem here. Especially with creating the elements. And it's having no, it doesn't really complain much here. But it might. It might. Except it doesn't. Except the problem is literally in the enum field. It has nothing to do with the other fields. It has everything to do with this one. It saves perfectly fine when they're separated, but when I try to add new... Let's see here. Let's try and check that out. Okay, it's 7:30. I I'm going to have to go. I will have to continue this more tomorrow. This has been... I am going to continue at... I'm going to keep hammering at this once I'm done with what I have to get done. And then... yeah, we're going to... hopefully tomorrow when we start coding again, this will be solved. Because I just don't understand what the problem is. I really don't. We've narrowed it down. Apparently it has to do with saving twice. It doesn't like it when we change a field or we don't change a field, or it doesn't like it when we change a field and it's empty. Apparently, actually, you know what? We should do that test real quick. Let's see here. Where is it? We have create fields, but we're not really using it anywhere, so it's fine. It can stay here. Let's put a to-do here. To fill in all when creating. There we go. Okay, let's reset. Let's do this last. I wanted to do one. Let's do this last test. So let's see here. We're going to set up environment. We're going to set up our connection. Now we're going to... we don't need that. We don't need that open. Parser here. Oh, selenium parser. Thank you, you dingus. You dingus. Okay, let's go into here. Is our data? Yeah, our data's right here. We see that this data sources is fine. So what we'll do is we will go ahead and run this. We have many different data sources, mind you. So what we're going to do is we're going to parse this one out first. There we go. So there's our web doc. Let's go ahead and parse out all the data there. So now we have data list, which should contain, it's just a list. So let's, data list, we'll call this N64 list. There we go. There we go. Now, I'm going to run this again, but this time, what we're going to do is I want to instead use, this is going to be PlayStation. So this will be games console enum dot PlayStation. There. Here we go. That's all of that. Let's run this. Now let's go with playlist, which will be the data list. We'll copy that. So we have created two lists. Let's go in here. We're going to delete this. Oh. So we're going to delete this here. Now we're going to create the sitemap. So we're going to create it, but we're not going to fill it in. So there we go. Now what we're going to do is we're going to here. Okay then. Doc equals games list or game sources. And we'll put in here, this will be a games console, Nintendo 64. And this will be the N64 list. Doc. Now let's save this. We'll save the document like so. So the document has been saved. If we go in here, we'll find it. We'll find it has data sources and it has game sources. Now then, what we want to do is we'll call it again. We will find it again. There. We will now go to doc.game sources. We will put in games, and this will be PlayStation. We'll call in playlist doc.save, and there. Okay. It is everything to do with re-saving our documents. 100%. The problem is resaving our documents after we set our enum. So apparently, our enum code is incomplete. Now, as a warning for those who are programming, the reason this enum field, do you know how I made this? What I did was I decided to throw it into ChatGPT and ask them to update my code because it was not working. So originally I had set up this set here where I would put in the enum, and then afterwards I had set these right here. And it kept throwing errors. So I ended up going in and asking ChatGPT how to solve the problem. And it spat out this entire thing here saying this is how you do it. And then we went through the validation and all that. And I ended up fixing all of that. But now that we're here, this is still throwing an error. Because what it gave me is bad code. So yeah, the entire problem that I'm facing is because of the chatbots. Let's go into ChatGPT 4.0. This code does not work when resaving. This update code to work for resaving after changes. It's probably going to, yeah, there we go. It's going to throw an error because we'll run this tomorrow. We'll keep this up. We will run this tomorrow and find out what the exact problem is. Because I bet if I just change this to a dictionary field, we would have zero problems. This is ludicrous that this keeps this is, and if you notice, the formatting is almost all the same for all of these. The only one that seems I'm a bit apprehensive to say this one works. I really am. I'm really apprehensive to say this one works. We're using it 5 times already. Mostly in web page doc, but I don't change those fields. I wonder if it's this return none. If value is none, return none. But that would still make no sense because we're returning ourself. I'm going to have to dig deeper into and fully understand what is going on here, because to Mongo, it has value. It has the value. Value happens to be convert a Python type to a Mongo compatible type. But what is value? Is it a string? If it's a string, return the value. If it has attributes to Mongo, then we do this. If it does not have items, okay. If it is a field, then we do this. So I'm guessing to Mongo, it cycles through all our attributes, and by doing so, it will then assign them. And if it has nothing, let's see here. Actually, it doesn't say any. I don't see what happens if it has nothing. But I wonder if that's the problem. Either way, next time we're going to run that. I'm going to go dig into the documents to find out what the problem is. Find out why every time we try to save again, this crashes. There has to be something missing here. This is all ChatGPT gave me when I asked it how to do it. And when I did the initial, I went in, I saved one document, and that was the end of it. It worked fine. But these are living documents. They're always changing. The fact that it didn't give me a code where I could actively resave the document is ludicrous. It is really dumb. Anyway. I'm hopping off. Laters. Tomorrow we finish this.